So all those who are sitting in the rear seats, may I request you all to please come forward and take front seats? And a humble reminder to keep your mobile phones on silent mode. So, um, We're going to begin this program very soon. We're just waiting for Mr. Abhay Bakri, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. As he arrives in the hall, we will begin this program. Okay. He's arrived? Okay. Has he arrived? So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very warm welcome to this very special program. We have with us now Mr. Abhay Bakri, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. A very warm welcome to you, sir, to this very special event. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed dignitaries, a warm and cordial welcome to each one of you. Today marks a momentous occasion as we gather here for the launch of Asia Low Carbon Building Transition Project, ALCBT. It's a flagship program and a crucial step towards a low carbon future. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 5-year project supported by Government of Germany under its International Climate Initiative. ALCBT aims to achieve a nationwide transition towards low carbon buildings in 5 Asian countries: Cambodia, India, Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Let me highlight here, this is a timely project for India as we are committed to achieve our NDC goals by 2030. To commence our proceedings, I would like to call upon all the esteemed dignitaries to come on the dais and take their respective seats. May I request Mr. Abhay Bakri, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to please take seat at the dais. Ms. Tina Dykhoff, Head of Division for Climate and Environment, German Embassy. Mr. C.N. Jha, Deputy Chief, SNPD, BMTPC, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Mr. S.P. Gannayak, Specialist and COP Lead, Green Buildings and Industry, GGGI. Mr. Girija Shankar, General Manager, ESL. Dr. Helena MacLeod, DDG and Head, GGGP and GGGI. Dr. Achala Abhesinghe, Asia Regional Director, GGGI. Thank you, everyone. So let's extend a heartfelt welcome to our eminent dignitaries who have graced the occasion with their presence. And now I would request Dr. Achala Abhesinghe, Asia Regional Director, GGGI to welcome Mr. Abhay Bakre, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, Government of India, with a sapling. Please welcome him with big round of applause. I would request Mr. Soumya Prasad Garnayak, Communities of Practice Lead of GGGI, to welcome Ms. Tina Dykhoff, Head of Division for Climate and Environment at the German Embassy in India, with a sapling. May I request Ms. Neha Mudliar, Country Representative, India, GGGI, to welcome Ms. Helena MacLeod, Deputy Director General, GGGI. And Mr. C.N. Jha, Deputy Chief, SNPD, BMTPC, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, with a sapling. Thank you, Neha, for doing the honors. I would request now Mr. Garnayak, Communities of Practice Lead of GGGI, to welcome Mr. Girija Shankar, General Manager, EESL, and Dr. Achula Abhay Singh, Regional Director, Asia, GGGI, with a sapling. We are also delighted to welcome Mr. Vishal Kapoor, Chief Executive Officer of Energy Efficiency Services Limited, and Dr. Kyong Nam Sin, ADG and Head of IPSD at GGGI, who have joined virtually from New Delhi and GGGI headquarters office in Seoul, Republic of Korea, respectively. Please welcome them with big round of applause as they are joining us virtually. Thank you, our esteemed dignitaries. Now I invite Mr. Soumya Prasad Garnayak, presently serving as Specialist and Communities of Practice Lead, Green Building Industry and Energy Efficiency in GGGI, to deliver the welcome address and set the context of ALCBT project. Please welcome him.
Can I open that PowerPoint presentation? Yeah. DGB Bakre Saab, CEO ESL, Vishal Kapoor Saab, who has joined virtually from here. Ms. Tanya Dykhoff, Head of Climate and Environment Division, German Embassy. My colleagues, Helena, Deputy Director General of GGGI, Kyung Nam Sen, who is joining again virtually from Seoul, South Korea, Achula Abhay Singh, Regional Director, Asia, and my colleague here in India, Neha Mudliar, Country Representative. Mr. C.N. Jha, Deputy Chief, BMTC, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. My ex-colleague, Mr. Girija Shankar from ESL. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here. In fact, I feel honored. And we have here gathered to launch a very important project concerning to the building sector. And we all understand how this sector has played an important, or will be playing an important role as far as India's climate actions, the NDC goals, decarbonization is concerned. I think you must be knowing about the fact that this particular sector has seen the first energy efficiency program in the country. If I go back to 2002, 2003, when around 20 iconic buildings were chosen in the country to go for energy audits to find out what are the avenues for the energy conservation and how that can be implemented in a most cost effective manner. And by that time, B was just about, it was established, and a lot of, the rest is the story. So let me just quickly take you through the various performance, energy performance of the building sector, how it is influenced by various factors in the recent past. I think there are three major factors which actually have played. One is the policy drivers, and which is the architect of that, Mr. Bakri, is here. And we have seen this, various initiatives from the Bureau, particularly the aftermath of the enactment of the Energy Conservation Act 2001. We have that a very flagship and very successful program called Standard and Labeling Program, which gives the mandatory energy performance ratings or energy performance parameters for many of the appliances, particularly the air conditioners, refrigerators, who are energy guzzlers. In 2008, I think you may be knowing all about this National Action Plan on Climate Change. And then we have this National Cooling Action Plan in 2018. These are all these things which actually encompasses how this energy consumption or the energy intensity can be reduced in this particular sector. But more important, if we just see, the energy conservation building code has played a most important role in the entire sector so far. We have this first code in 2007, subsequently revised in 2017 with more additional features, which we will discuss during our panel discussion today. But the point here is that ECBC, which is actually the guiding principle of coming out with the energy efficient buildings, this is, unfortunately, I can say, has not been implemented so far in our states. Being a state subject, the buildings, the state players or the state actors should come forward to implement this or enforce this particular code in a more aggressive manner. But nevertheless, we have looking towards that, looking forward this, and particularly our project will definitely supplement to those initiatives. Technology drivers, we have seen this in the next initiatives, particularly the upgradation of the minimum energy performance standards. And if I take the example of air conditioners, every 2 years it is tightened by Bureau of Energy. The standards gets tightened, so thereby more and more new technologies or innovative technologies come into the market. Then architectural improvements, particularly the passive design, buildings, energy management systems, these have also played a very, very important role. And many of the buildings have also adopted, but it has not gone into in a more transitional manner or more scaled up manner the way it should have been. And the new technology, particularly the low global warming potential refrigerants usage, and the new cross-cutting technologies like tri-generation, district cooling system, which are most talked about subjects right now, these will be going to define our building sector in a much bigger way. The market drivers, particularly ESL, has played a major role in this, and the important is the bulk procurement and by the state-run unit of, the entity that is ESL, and how the cost reduction has come down with the standardized technologies going for a demand aggregation approach and the bulk procurement. And the DSM, the demand side management, that DR programs, particularly by the utilities, is gaining importance. But unfortunately, we have not gone into a bigger way to do that. And probably those are the things which we look forward. And the public recognition through green certification, you must be knowing about the kind of certifications various organizations do provide, particularly the LED LEED certification. Then we have GRIHA certification from TERI, and then IGBC, the Indian Green Building Council certificate. So all these market players, the market drivers have also played a very important role to actually address this particular thing. But what actually we have seen in the recent past is that we talked about the energy. That means the building has already been built, and you are going through the reduction in the energy consumption. But we do not actually consider or fail to consider, ignore the fact that what is the embedded carbon concept in this? What is the embedded carbon concept in the materials, particularly the iron and steel which is being used, cement used, glass being used? All these things are to be low carbon. We have a separate program on performance and trade, which actually encourages the manufacturers to come with a less energy intensive materials. But this has to be linked with a low carbon concept, particularly how that can be evaluated through various tools and techniques. And also during the building construction. And once the building has been built, then when the building is going into the usage, the energy usage comes into the picture. So what I meant to say is that it is a life cycle approach. And this exactly in this particular program supported by Government of Germany under the Climate Initiative, International Climate Initiative, we're trying to bring forward these three typical concepts. The building material, low carbon concept in the material, low carbon concept in the construction, and low carbon concept in the energy usage. So it is a mix of low carbon concept as well as the energy efficiency. So with a convergence approach. So we have the project beneficiaries here. If you just see, various activities have been planned. State and central governments are partners. We have 3 states which will be, playing a major role in it as during the proposals preparation. Kerala, the southernmost state of our country, Uttar Pradesh and the Haryana, both 3 states have different kind of climatic conditions. They have been chosen in a proper manner to participate in this as a pilot states. We have building industry, from the manufacturing, from the construction, building developers, everyone. I mean, they will be also be the major beneficiary in various ways of the scope of the works. We have financial and service institution. I think this is a very important concept. The moment you come out with a kind of technological intervention, it has to be implemented, and we need to know what is the kind of project pipeline and who is going to actually put the money, what is the business model, and how this money can be or investment can be done. So financial and service institution, particularly energy servicing companies, ESCOs, they would be very, very important to play a role. We have one component here, how that architectural or architecture curriculum of a particular university can be modified or changed or strengthened with this low carbon aspects. So particularly it will talk about the architectural design with the concept of the more energy efficiency as well as the low carbon. So that is why the university and academia, we have 6 universities which will be taken into consideration in all 5 countries, 3 in India. So those would be actually tried under this program to revise their curriculum so that to bring this new concept into the practice. So in this process, we have an institutional tool or analytical tool to be developed, which will be institutionalized through practices, through demonstration, through baseline estimation, and so on and so on. Time is short, I'm not going into the detail about that, but there is a analytical tool, there is a huge capacity building program involved in this. Then it will be some implementation or demonstration will be done. So that will be taken into the next year. So we have 3 partners here, although GGGI will be leading this consortium. We have Asian Center for Energy, which is located in Jakarta, Indonesia. So they will be basically supporting in this program in the 4 other countries, Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, and Indonesia. We have one German-based entity that is called Heat International. They are stalwarts in developing the low carbon building tools. So they are our partners. And in the for the particularly in the cooling sector investment, particularly the chiller program and the air conditioning program, including the district cooling program, Energy Efficiency Service Limited, the entity under Ministry of Power, Government of India, will be the partner here, and they will be taking the most of the activities as far as India is concerned. So we have some milestones. We have all these activities will be done through 4 work packages, and 19 broad activities are there. So it's a 5 years project started from 15th August 2023 and going through a different milestones. But 2024 will see actually a good set of activities, particularly the building registry, institutionalization of low carbon building tool, then initiation of the capacity building and training program, green procurement and green procurement guidelines to be recommended to the government. 2025, we have implementation of 3 years pilot project. So that means whatever buildings will be chosen from the registry, and particularly 60 in India, that will go through. Then you have 26 and 27, 28, all these milestones will be there. So these are some of the output numbers. No, I'm not going into the detail of that, very self-explanatory, but these are the numbers which will be achieved in different and the project outcomes as far as India is concerned, which actually the project will be monitored on this. This will be the 20 organizations or entities which will actually practice this project tools and training programs. I mean, implement this. Then we'll have 2 policy recommendations, one for the carbon reduction and another is the building code enhancement. 140 million euro this is the investment to be mobilized, but this is the combination of all 5 countries. And we expect 2.67 million tons of carbon dioxide reduction possible from this project. So this is the thing which we will will be taking in this 5 years project. So thank you very much. I think I'll stop it here, and other people will speak and give a, but just to set the context. And thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Soumya, for setting the context. And moving forward, we are honored to have the virtual presence of Dr. Kyung Nam Shin, Assistant Director General and Head of Investment and Policy Solutions Division at Global Green Growth Institute. Dr. Shin is a leading international think tank with a mission of promoting green growth and climate resilient development for developing countries. His extensive career includes 15 years at the Asian Development Bank, after which he was Director General at Green Technology Center, a Korean government agency for the development of green and climate change technology project in various areas, including renewables, sustainable transport, and urban waste management. I now request Dr. Shin to deliver the opening remarks and provide a briefing on the ALCBT project, the flagship regional project of GGGI.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you also good description, explanation, Soumya. So senior official from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Bureau of Energy Efficiency Services Ltd, few state government of India. Mrs. Taina Dykov, Head, Climate and Environment Division, German Embassy in India. My colleague Helena Achala from Headquarter Office and other colleagues from GGGI India Office, dignitaries from Energy Efficiency Fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. As a part of NDC, India has an ambitious goal of reducing the emission intensity by 45% from 2005 baseline by 2030. This is a daunting task considering India's economic growth, around 6 to 7% per year, while the country will certainly seek clean energy intervention from supply side, renewable energy, green hydrogen, biofuels, etc., and circular economy approaches. The importance of demand side intervention cannot be ignored. You may agree with me that around 50% of above emission target may be achieved through aggressive energy efficiency interventions and decarbonization of various sectors. India has done tremendously well in energy efficiency front through policy, program, ESCO market, creation of energy professionals, institutional framework, and others since last 2 decades. However, the opportunities are many, and the traction might be more award. As we all understand, building sector is energy guzzler, about 20 to 25% final energy consumption is attributed to the sector. This means India's living style, infrastructure growth, and commercial activities are increasing year to year. This sector is going to play very important role to define India's net zero and decarbonization pathway. There's a need to address the building sector in a life cycle approach, like low carbon in building materials, construction, induced energy consumption. GGGI, as an international intergovernmental organization, has been addressing the green growth areas by support of member and partner countries in various ways. India's very important our partner country. GGI has a definite strategic outcome in the form of greenhouse gas emission reduction, green job creation, and access to clean energy, and others. A call for proposal was floated by Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, BMWK, Government of Germany. Thank you. Under the IKI during 2021. Among the various themes, decarbonization of building sector was one of the priority areas for this proposal. GGGI developed a concept, ALCBT, well explained by Soumya, and then BMWK, Germany, to implement a built-in energy efficiency program in 5 Asian countries. the country work chosen based on scoping analysis to advance building sector towards decarbonization and reducing greenhouse gas emission from the sector. So very much appreciate, we are formed consortium with ESL India, thank you, Asia Center for Energy, ACE, Indonesia, and HEAT International, Germany. Thank you so much, everybody. Submit the initial proposal to IKI. The consortium partner have their rules as per their credential and capability. The project will be led by Sumya, Community of Practice Lead in IFSD GGGI. The project has been approved by BMWK with a total grant of around 18 million euro. India has 4.6 million euro for the implementation. And I mentioned very clearly by Sumya, COP lead, and we expect a very huge outcome from ALCBT program in 5 countries coming for 5 years. One more point, GGI is not merely sharing statistics or discussing theories. We are addressing real, urgent challenges that are currently affecting lives and ecosystems. Climate change is a crisis multiplier, and addressing it requires an unprecedented level of global collaboration. Since 2015, GGGI has successfully mobilized an impressive $10 billion initial commitment for a green project. However, we are not stopping there. Our new target is $14 billion by 2025 and more for this. We are directing our effort to operationalize blended finance facilities, which will adopt a business model combining public and private capital, aiming to mitigate the risk and broaden the funding pool. In this regard, we expect more and more private sector's proactive participation in ALCBT in coming years. Let's focus on numerous opportunities. The public and private sector must work together to expand the finance scope from billions to trillions for green pipeline. I express my great appreciation to Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, and state partner Kerala, Uttar Pradesh, and Haryana, and Bureau of Energy Efficiency for extending support to this flagship project. I also wish to place on record our gratitude to BMW government of Germany for providing the TA grant on the IKI, and we look forward to their advice as you proceed on the implementation. My special thanks to ESL for being the consortium partner. ESL's experience in ESCO mechanism in India will be very helpful. We look forward to partnerships of academia, industry association, technology providers, delivery partners, etc., to make this project implementation successful. With this few words, I join the dignitaries to officially launch the ALCBT project in India. We look forward to very meaningful and fruitful association. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shin, for your insights. Though you have joined virtually, but your presence is highly significant. Moving on, it's a time to launch ALCBT project brochure and background paper. Let me request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to join to the honors. May I also request Mrs. Neha Mudliar, Country Representative, GGGI, India, to join the dignitaries here on the stage, and Mr. Vishal Kapoor and Dr. Kyung Nam Shin to join virtually. I request everyone to unveil the ALCBT project brochure and background paper. I also request Mr. Abhay Bakri, DGBEE, to do the honors of launching the project in India in the august presence of our esteemed dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, ALCBT project brochure and background paper. We would also request you to note that we have two hashtags, India towards LCBT, low carbon, high comfort hashtag to be used for all social media outreach. Please join us in this initiative going forward. Thank you, dignitaries. The implementing partners, GGGI and EESL have signed the cooperation agreement under this project. May I now request Mr. Ashok Thanikonda of GGGI and Girija Shankar of EESL to exchange the cooperation agreement in the presence of esteemed audience. Exchange of cooperation agreement between GGGI and EESL. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to highlight here that we have two hashtags, India towards LCBT, hashtag India towards LCBT and hashtag low carbon, high comfort to be used for all social media outreach. Please join us in this initiative going forward.
May I now request Mr. Abhay Bakre, DGBE, to do the honor of launching the project in India in the august presence of all other dignitaries. Sir, please do the honor. Thank you all.
So ladies and gentlemen, as you all know that we are honored to have Mr. Abhay Bakre, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. As you all might be knowing, BE is spearheading energy efficiency policies and programs in the country, including building sector. Mr. Bakre is leading India's effort in achieving the NDC goals through energy efficiency. Let us listen to DG's views on low carbon building and its importance in India. Requesting DGBE to deliver the keynote address. Please welcome him with big round of applause.
Thank you, madam, and good morning to all. Esteemed panelists and officials from GGGI, my colleague from Mahua, embassy officials from Embassy of Germany, panelists joined through virtually, Vishal Kapoor and other colleagues from EESL, experts in the building sector, climate sector, and dear friends. It's indeed an honor here to deliver the keynote address for a very, very pertinent topic here. The way Mr. Garnaik presented the project, I found it very focused project in that particular sector where India is going to have a major difference in this end of this decade. We all know about indices. We have been talking about that, and I think there will be detailed discussions going on during the sessions also. But one sector which will actually go a lot of transformation, and that's how I look forward. 2-3 key outcomes from these projects are the building sector. Now, building sector, why there will be a major transformation? If we take a step back about all the numbers, 33% now increased to 45%. Our rate of economical growth, which will continue for another 7.5 to 8% in at least next 2 decades, and still it will continue beyond also. So the energy demand will keep on growing, and and that will actually impact on the emissions. Now, how this complete energy scenario will be dictated by the growth in different sectors, and there we are actually leading to a kind of a strategy, certain policies which will come out, especially in the building sector. The industry sector, we all know the kind of growth which is happening. We know the challenges. We know we are able to project the demand by 2030 beyond that. So there we are only trying to have the strategies how to have the energy transition in terms of efficiency improvement, as you already aware about the PAT scheme and all other initiatives on that, and also switching to the cleaner fuels, what we call it energy transition, which will be supported by, again, a PAT or similar scheme through a ETS or a carbon market. Now, these are kind of a known devils. We know that what lies ahead and how do we really address it, because we have tested the solutions. We are confident how these solutions will really work, except that we will have to work hard to get it done. The other challenges are from the transport sector, but at least the solutions are fairly straight. Whether we want to go to electric mobility, and on the power generation, we can always clean our grid. Now, building sector is something which has not yet tested the change. This is where I am actually trying to put my emphasis. Building sector, we do not know what will happen. We can only project some numbers, but we do not know the number of buildings in 2030, what they look like. Will they be consuming 5 times the today's energy? Will they be consuming 3 times the cement what we are using? Will they be using many more appliances or gadgets or all other equipments within the community, whether it's a residential, commercial, or any? So those kind of projections are also quite vague. I'll take this bold statement that even the projections are being made on building sector are not very clear. They are still vague numbers, because the kind of growth is happening, each one is related. If you want to have a huge number of office buildings or the commercial establishments, the game is entirely different. If you talk about the educational institutions, the kind of training capacity, everything is happening in different sectors. The role of those institutions, whether they are big IIMs or AIMs or something like that, or IITs, or they are small institutions, their requirement will be entirely different. If you are talking about even other services sector, hospitality, tourism, hotels, or even for that matter, if I talk about even the cold chain sector, the kind of establishment which will come out in the cold chain sector, which actually will require the kind of policies just like a building sector, because they will require air conditioning, they will require a different kind of setup, the material, the lighting, and all other kinds of energy demand. So we can only find out the square meter area from now onwards by 2030. We can only find out the kind of the numbers in terms of different sectors. But already, as per ECBC, as Mr. Garnaik mentioned, there are 17 different applications, and how these applications will actually grow, we are not very clear. We can only say so many square meter or so much cement demand will happen, but we do not know how many of them will be of this kind of application, how many of them will be commercial complexes or office building or service centers like that. So, and each one has a different energy demand, as you can always see from ECBC, and all of you are aware. Now, how to really address it? In fact, this is one clear outcome which I find is 19,000 skill development. So the first step, and all of you are party to that, you are already living in that, is that find out a good capacity, good professional pool who are actually developed and they have become expert. If not done today, or they will be done, they must be fully aware how the building sector is growing. So that is the first demand, and I think this project will really address. So we need a pool of professionals who will actually analyze. They will know the solution, but they will have to analyze if a sector is growing in the hotels industry, if the sector is growing in the residential side, how to address the energy demand. The second thing is that how do we really come out with the overall carbon footprint of these of them, and that will actually based on the kind of energy demand. Now there we will have to link who are the pointers who are increasing the demand. Is it the appliances who are including the increasing the demand? The cooling, is it that the cooling is actually growing much more than what predicted in India Cooling Action Plan? Or is it something that the lighting or other kinds of accessories who are increasing the demand? So they are all interconnected. So the building sector is not so easy with what it appears. The only good thing is that in every case of energy demand, primarily the energy is coming from electricity, this good thing. So, and we know how to handle electricity much better than how to handle the other forms of energy like coal and oil and gas. So that's the good part of that. The third thing is that when we find out, now let's come to the how to address this solution and how this project will actually help us. First thing, of course, we need to be very sure the kind of designs we are offering. The kind of growth which I talked just now will also give us opportunity to do the experiments, which is perhaps not there in most of the developed countries. The developed countries, the rate of building construction is happening 2 to 3% in certain countries, even sometimes less than 1% in certain, because mostly it is happening because of refurbishment or reconstructions like that. But in India, this will be in much higher numbers as predicted in the India Cooling Action Plan. So the space cooling experiments, what we can do, the type of designs, the passive design, the shapes, the tools, if they find out the kind of material to be used, whether it's insulation or RETV or all kinds of parameters, we have a great opportunity to experiment. So the second thing which this professional pool can actually try, and maybe the tool can also help, how to actually experiment and find out which application can best be addressed by the particular solution and find out the lowest energy demand. And once we address the energy demand, we know how to actually address the emission for that. The last thing which I want to support is that all these things will actually happen not only through the kind of solutions or experiments we'll do. We will have to convert into some kind of demonstration projects. I'm happy that at least this ESCO part is included here. So the ESCO part is second thing which I really give a lot of importance. I don't expect that the ESCO will drive the entire building construction in India, even for the ECBC or the efficient. But at least 20, 30, 50 projects, even if they come up in next, I don't even number how many you are expecting in next 5 years. There are some number of projects you have made, 20, 60 years. So whether it's a 20, 30, 60, these ESCO projects will actually give a good case studies to replicate. And that's very important. So these ESCO projects, once they are, you can say, verified, because the ESCO needs a lot of MRV. It needs confidence for the investor to actually come out with the investment plan. And once they are delivered and it demonstrates the energy and emission saving, then the replication is quite feasible for that. So these projects, I think they should replicate a good amount of further projects that will drive. So it will be entirely a different area after these projects, the kind of solutions which can offer. And by 2030, we will be in a much better position to actually estimate how the building sector is promoting. The building sector, as we always say, currently is about second number, you can say, after industry. The transport is the third one. But if we are approaching, and this is something which I say at many places, that currently we are at the rate of 21% of electrification. By the time we reach 2030 or beyond, I think our electrification rate will be something 28%, 30%. That means the service sector will grow. And by the time we reach beyond 30 and touching the 34, 35%, we are approaching a developed country kind of a energy demand. And there, the energy demand from building sector will be the first sector, and the industry will go to the second number. which is already there in most of the developed countries. In developed countries, the building sector consumes the highest energy, unlike the developing countries where the industry sector consumes. Now, this change from number 1 to number 2 and vice versa, when it will happen to building sector, we are already there, we are tracking the trajectory, we are tracking the energy demand, and we should avoid this to happen, the kind of energy growth. We are going to have the aspirations, we are going to have a huge demand for the energy, for the construction, and for the entire population to actually go for the higher appliances. So energy demand will keep on increasing, but we have to address with a low carbon kind of a solutions, and of course the efficient kind of thing. I think this project will give a lot of help in shaping up these policies on those areas. And by 2030, I think I expect a good outcome from this project, and I wish all the very best for this project. Thank you once again for inviting me.
Thanks indeed, sir, for your valuable insights. And may I now request Mr. C.N. Jha, Deputy Chief, SNPD, Building Material and Technology Promotion Council, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, to address the audience and shed light on India's initiatives and technological advancements in building materials. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning. Sri Abhay Bakre, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Sri Vishal Kapoor, CEO, EESL, Ms. Taina Dykhoff, Head, Climate and Environmental Division, German Embassy, Dr. Helena McLeod from GGRI, Kuang Nam Sim, HLA Abhay Singh, Ms. Neha Mudalika, and Soumya Garnaik from GGGI. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, I am C.N. Jha from Building Materials and Technology Promotion Council. It is an autonomous organization under this Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and we are engaged in the promotion of alternate building materials, which is energy efficient and disaster resilient technologies. Here, I am delighted to be part of this low carbon building transition project, which is like already complementing to our priority initiative under this government of India. Like important development strategies include National Mission on Sustainable Habitat, Energy Conservation Building Code, India Cooling Action Plan, etc. But we are a technical organization under this Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and there were some apprehensions and importance attached to the residential building. I will highlight some very important initiatives of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs recently. We are all aware that MoHUA is implementing one of the largest housing schemes of the world, namely Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Urban, with sanctioned this one numbers of 11.8 million houses, out of which about 11.3 million houses have already been grounded, and about 7.7 million houses have already been constructed and delivered to the beneficiaries. So this is such a massive housing program. But there is very important initiative under this PMAY Urban, which is technology submission. And under this technology submission, this Ministry of Housing have taken very important initiatives. And most prominent amongst it is Global Housing Technology Challenge initiative. So this was organized on March 2nd and 3rd in Vigyan Bhavan, and the Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated this event. And under this, best available global technology providers, they were invited. They put up exhibition and they showcased their technologies and in Vigyan Bhavan. And this ministry also constituted a technical committee under the chairmanship of DG CPWD, and this professors from IITs and like BMTPC was also part. And all the technology providers made presentation before this technical committee, and they were shortlisted. 54 technologies were shortlisted, and they were put to 6 broad categories. And these 6 broad categories, we can definitely say with confidence that they are contemporary best technologies of the world. And using those technologies, MOHUA has taken a very challenging initiative of constructing 6 lighthouse projects across the country with about 1,000 houses, and along with like all related infrastructure. And these technologies are not only disaster resilient, and you will appreciate that once we construct a building, so the most important factor is it's a disaster resilience, which includes safety. So that is of prime importance, that cannot be compromised. Then the quality, and in line with the various commitments and the nationally determined contributions and all, so sustainability was kept a very important feature. And under that sustainability, energy efficiency is a very important part. And like they said that low carbon, and the life cycle cost, low carbon in construction, and more significant is low carbon in operations also. So those like these things we are very well aware of. So those were also part. And using this 6 distinct technologies, this lighthouse projects are being constructed. 3 lighthouse projects have already been completed. And the important thing also I would highlight of this lighthouse projects. So apart from the new technologies, like this new technologies like this in Chennai, like if I can give example, which has already been completed and inaugurated by Honorable PM in April 2021. So in Chennai, it was prefabricated 2-dimensional structure, but the outer walls and internal walls were made of AAC, like autoclaved aerated concrete blocks. So because of this use of AAC, the RETV, compliment, Bureau of Energy Efficiency has come out with very good documents and all. So Eco-Niwas Samhita 2018 Part 1 is there. So RETV value, conforms to like 15 watt per meter square, what RETV value has been kept in that. And in some orientation, it is like giving a value of 12 watt also, like which this be proposed in that ENS, like they propose to take that value next as a next step. And those buildings are in terms of like energy, performance index also during operation are expected to perform 20 to 25% better than the conventional buildings. Similarly, the other lighthouse projects which have been completed in Rajkot. So Rajkot has been constructed using tunnel form technology, which is this very fast this system. And in that system also, like inverted tunnels kind of structure are made, and when those tunnel formworks are like extracted, taken outside, so there needs to be some space to take it out. And beautifully, like in this concept, like exposed wall where take out the tunnel formwork, so that can be constructed with some energy efficient walling panels. So there, autoclaved aerated concrete blocks have been used. And with the use of that autoclaved aerated concrete block, this lighthouse project, which is steel plus 13 configuration with 1,040 number of houses. So they have, and all these studies have been done by this GIG, this German Corporation for International Cooperation. So they have placed their technical staff and all. for this thermal aspects study only. So they have come out like this RETV value also like this within 15 watt, and the maximum temperature there in hot dry is like 1.5 degree centigrade lower than the conventional building. So these factors are also been kept, and the concrete used is having like a very good mixed design, and it uses 30% ground granulated blast furnace slag. So with the use of that 30% ground granulated blast furnace slag, this initial embodied energy, because that eliminates the use of 30% OPC component, so that has been reduced by 25%, and this with the speed and also that has very much reduced the duration of the project. So with that, the other this resources and energy has also been reduced. So those kind of initiatives is already taking place. Similar is the case with the other 4 projects. In case of Ranchi, the technology used is like in the pre-casting yard only. The entire building module is being casted. And with the help of crane, this is lifted and this is simply being put. This technology is very popular in countries like Singapore and Germany, and where in the entire module is being made. And in that module, what is very significant to note is like they have used this slag-based cement. That slag-based cement is being produced at one ACC plant at Dhanbad, and there they are using 64% slag, only 36% OPC. In the precast thing, this is something which is kind of unheard of, because they require very high strength in the initial stages only. But with simple like heating and all, so with that, even 64% blast furnace slag, which drastically reduces the embodied energy of this one and saves the OPC. So with slight heating, they are able to achieve a cycle of 24 hours. And after 24 hours, they are able to lift that and put it like in the building. So such developments have already taken place and are taking place by this MOHUA. And in order to create awareness and exposure to as many building professionals as possible, so they have enrolled, they have floated an online enrollment program in the name of Technograhis. So more than 38,000 enrollment has already taken place, and many building professionals visit has been facilitated by MOHUA, and they have visited those technologies. And there is one online program in the name of Navriti, is also conducted by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs with School of Planning and Architecture and BMTPC, wherein industry experts from relevant field, they are taking class, and about 16 such batches have already been completed. So this is to build the capability of building professional for new and innovative materials and technologies and latest construction practices across the world. So to make them aware. So these are the developments which are taking place. And as regards this BMTPC, we are also interested through Gazette of this Gazette notification to evaluate and certify any new building materials or technologies which have so far not been covered in Indian standards under our this performance appraisal certification scheme. And under that performance appraisal certification scheme, just we can say that the latest technology, 3D concrete printing by L&T and one startup company, Tosta. So those have been certified by BMTPC. So many new technologies which have very good thermal efficiency, like EPS based technologies which have thermal insulation of like even more than 10 times higher than this autoclaved aerated concrete blocks and all, which are already considered very insulating material. So those options are available and those have been evaluated by us. So there are like many new we will talk only the material and technology part, because the appliances and all, so the BE is very competent, and so they can take care of, like, but at the first instance, through material and technology system only, if we can reduce the energy, this one like insulation, we can improve. So that is the ideal case, and that is what like we are working on in that direction. So, and some other like important initiatives of MOHUA include the incubation and acceleration support to like our indigenous technologies. So like I was talking of this one 3D concrete printing. So under that program, that is ASA India program of MOHUA. So under that program, this 3D concrete printing and all, they are getting incubated at IIT Madras. So there are many developments taking place, definitely, like this disaster resilience, safety and quality cannot be compromised, speed cannot be compromised, because like the figures and like sir was telling that we are not aware of. This approach to sustainability of this Bureau of Indian Standards, they say that by 2050, the way like our rapid urbanization is going on and economic growth is taking place. So by 2050, the built up area would be 4 times the present one. And McKinsey report is also there about the urbanization. And so with all like the built up area requirement is huge. And if we don't take this measures of conservation and energy efficiency, we will be sort of resources and like, if the proper development strategy is not in place, so we will not able to achieve like those kind of construction in a like sustainable way. So with this, like I conclude, and the technology and this initiatives, various initiatives taken by MOHUA, with this we can definitely achieve our goal of like sustainable environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jha, for your address. And we would now request our speakers to be concise, as we have to stick to the timeline of the session. Moving forward and continuing our discourse, we will hear from Ms. Helena MacLeod, Deputy Director General and Head of GGP&I at GGGI. She leads the 30+ country offices spread throughout Latin America, Africa, Asia and Middle East and the Pacific, and their implementation work to achieve economic growth that is environmentally sustainable, socially inclusive, and climate compatible. Ms. Helena has over 25 years of experience designing and leading innovative development programs. She has designed and managed over $1 billion of grant fund aimed at leveraging many more billions of public and commercial finance to solve global green growth challenges. I request Ms. Helena MacLeod to shed light on the GGGI as an enabler of global energy transition. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
It is wonderful to be here today. Thank you. My favorite quote is, "Never doubt that a small group of people can change the world. It's the only thing that ever has." It was a quote by an anthropologist, so she should know what she's talking about. And why do I talk about changing the world when we're here to launch a project on energy efficiency and green buildings? I don't know how each of you has been affected at a personal level by the world at its current time. In terms of the climate, I'm not sure whether you've seen it changing, but the data I've seen says that it's very much changing in India. And the heating in the summertime has become unbearable for many. I believe it's reaching 50 degrees now. On a personal level, it's peaked at 40 degrees in the UK, where I'm from. On that day, my dad had a stroke. He survived, but he's never been quite the same since. That was due to the heating. So at a very personal level, weather changing affects us. But we all have something in common at this very special time in history. We are all human. Now, you can see the dark side of climate change and biodiversity loss in the world. There's a lot of war at the minute as well. But what I also think is it brings us together as a human race. And what I do know about humans in history is that when things get really challenging, we become our most innovative. And innovation is at the heart of this initiative. It's very practical. It's going to come up with technologies tailored to the context here. Now, GGGI is, I think, a really special organization. And I know each of you think that your organizations are very special too. We're very lucky. So GGGI, Global Green Growth Institute, we work in over 40 countries now. We've got members joining every month because countries really realize we've got a lot to change at the minute and we need to do it in a sustainable way. I cover those over 40 countries across Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, Middle East, Asia, and the Pacific. Wow, what a job. Big job, big task, and a job I absolutely love. Now, GGGI, we try and position ourselves in a very catalytic way. So being market changers, game changers, starting technologies. So this year we've supported the Ecuador government, for instance, with the largest debt for nature swap. That will save them over $1.7 billion US, and 450 million of that will go into conservation in the Galapagos Marine Reserve, which is one of the most precious marine ecosystems in the world. We've supported the Mexico government in the first resilience bond, which will raise money from the private sector for the government to invest into projects that will build the resilience of millions of people. We also do a lot of green investment work, so trying to support projects at the early stage in renewable energy. So we do big green hydrogen projects, floating solar projects, e-mobility projects, all these different areas where we can make a difference to the world. We also work on forestry, sustainable forestry, protecting those sinks that are so precious for the world. But at the heart of what we do is also people, is jobs. And again, this is why this project is such a lovely one, because energy efficiency is a win-win. It's a win-win for your private sector, for the pockets, for your bottom line, because you can just save money. And it's a win for jobs as well. And sure, it's a win for the environment. And then that goes back to winning for people. In the work or in the countries where we've worked on projects like this, the private sector is off its own initiative now investing in renewable energy, solar PV, different energy and energy efficiency investments because it's saving their bottom line. So the energy audits that this project will also be looking at help businesses make practical decisions about their bottom line. Now, getting back to your role, I read this really interesting fact the other day. It's linked to compound interest. So if you think about putting money in the bank, and if that has an interest rate of 5%, and every year it accumulates 5% more, that cumulative impact is really significant on your savings, rather than just keeping it in your back pocket and not earning any interest. Now, I like to think about compound impact. Compound impact, that's the contribution we can make to the world, to our own smaller context that we live in, to our own families, to our businesses, communities, organizations. There's a great book by somebody called James Cleary, I think he's called Atomic Habits. And he says, if you get 1% better every day, by the end of 1 year, you will be 37 times better. If you get 1% better every day for 5 years, you will be 77 million times better. And again, that's what this project is about. It's about pushing those frontiers, getting better each day, finding those innovations, finding those solutions, and scaling them. And each one of you in this room today, leaders, participants, you are all champions. And you're pushing that frontier to the 77 million times better than where we are today. There are no limits to what we can achieve. And with India as the largest country in the world, you are going to be changing the world. And you as individuals within this amazing country are going to be changing the country and the world. I want to say a very special thank you to our partners in this project. We're going to be working with some really amazing people, amazing partners. And one of my main values is love. It's something we don't speak very much about in the context of the professional environment. But I love this planet. I love the people in this planet. And when we bring that passion with us every day, there's no limit to what we can achieve. So I wish you huge good luck in this project. I look forward to hearing how it transforms businesses, saves at least 20% on bottom lines, and creates a lot more jobs. I specifically want to thank our government partners for this partnership, the German government as well, for this funding partnership, and to each one of you for being here today and taking forward this really exciting work. And I want to thank our team at GGGI. You make my life amazing. You make me get out of bed every day with a huge smile on my face. So thank you for this session today, and thank you for launching this project so well. Thank you.
We express a heartfelt gratitude to Ms. MacLeod for sharing valuable insight with us on the path to global energy transition and GGGI's role in it. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have with us Ms. Tina Dykhoff, Head of Division for Climate and Environment at the German Embassy in New Delhi, India. She has extensive experience in the field of environmental policy and has worked in various capacities in the German government. Prior to her current role, she served as the Deputy Head of Division for International Climate Finance at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development in Berlin. I request her to share her insights and special remarks on the ALCBT project under International Climate Initiative. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to be here at the launch event of this fantastic and interesting project. This project is supported by the International Climate Initiative, ICI, the so-called ICI, of the German government. This year, we are proudly celebrating 15 years of ICI, nearly 950 projects for climate change mitigation and biodiversity, activities in over 150 developing and emerging countries, and a financial volume of almost 6 billion euros since 2008. We're very happy to continue this success story with this new project dedicated to low carbon buildings in India. India is one of the priority countries for ICI. The German federal government values this long-standing bilateral cooperation with India in the field of climate and biodiversity protection and recognizes the fruitful cooperation to the state. Moreover, this project is part of our cooperation under the umbrella of the Indo-German Green and Sustainable Development Partnership, the so-called GSDP. This was signed in May 2022 by Chancellor Scholz and Prime Minister Modi. This strong partnership is being driven forward in a number of focus areas, including sustainable urban development and climate action. Our aim is to not only promote green and sustainable future through cooperation projects, but also through high-level policy dialogues in a whole-of-government approach. We are very glad that this project will further strengthen our cooperation. So why is the topic of energy efficiency in building sectors so important? Energy efficiency is one of the key instruments to achieve the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Agreement. For the upcoming COP28 in Dubai, we aim for an ambitious global collective goal on energy efficiency, so meaning a doubling of improvement rate to 4% by 2030. The building sector especially holds significant potential for energy efficiency and energy savings that still needs to be unlocked. As we all know, the urban population in India will continue to grow over the next few decades. Around 35% of the total population in India is living in urban areas right now, which in absolute numbers is the largest urban population in the world. But a share of 35% people living in urban areas is, compared to industrialized countries, still very low. In Germany, for example, it's around 80%. So we know that this number of people in metropolitan areas here in India is going to increase rapidly. Residential building sector alone in India accounts for more than 25% of total electricity consumption. There is therefore a need to reimagine our cities as sustainable and climate friendly. Here, transition to low carbon buildings is an essential element, with energy efficiency being an important part of it. Increasing energy efficiency and promoting energy savings in buildings is not only a mitigation strategy. It also enables households to save money due to lower energy bills and enjoy more comfort in their homes. It helps them adapt better to the already existing effects of climate change. So Germany is delighted to support the increase of energy efficiency in buildings globally, both through political processes and implementation activities. We aim for near zero emission and resilient buildings to be the new normal by 2030. This means highly energy efficient buildings with minimal carbon footprint across their whole life cycle. This concept prioritizes integrated and smart design to achieve passive buildings with low energy requirements. Wherever needed, highly efficient systems like for heating, cooling, etc., and the use of renewable energies may be used to fill energy requirement gaps. So I'm very impressed by this project concept and the goals to develop standardized tools for carbon emissions from building sector, to pilot those instruments on new buildings and existing ones in different regions in India and in other countries of the project, to work with key industry stakeholders to deliver low carbon buildings, and to establish financial pathways for low carbon buildings. I would like to extend my best wishes to all the partners involved in this project. Thank you, and I'm hopeful that the collective efforts will have positive impact for a truly sustainable development. I look forward to hearing more about this project in the coming future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Tina Dykhoff, for your insights and delivering the special address. Now let's hear from Mr. Vishal Kapoor, Chief Executive Officer of Energy Efficiency Services Limited, an entity under Ministry of Power, the largest ESCO in the world, who has joined us virtually despite his personal issues. He is a seasoned technocrat and administrator, handling many responsibilities in the Ministry of Power and Ministry of Railways, as ESL is playing a role in India's decarbonization journey. Let's listen to Mr. Kapoor's thought on EESL as a market enabler for low carbon building transition. Over to you, sir.
Thank you and good morning to all distinguished dignitaries on this important event of launch of ALCBT. I so wanted to be present in the event in person, but somehow couldn't make it due to some unforeseen circumstances. I'm happy, though, that I could join this important event online. Well, we all know that the global landscape of energy consumption is intricately intertwined with the structures we inhabit, with the buildings accounting for almost around 42% of the energy use worldwide. This range varies across various countries depending upon the local climate or the level of economic development, but across the board, it's around 25 to 65% in almost all the cases. And this makes buildings as one of the most important interventional areas in relation to energy efficiency. In the context of India, our nation's ascent on the economic ladder brings with it very heightened energy demands. And some projections indicate that 60% of the additional electricity demand will stem from the cooling sector, exemplified by increasing prevalence of air conditioners in our homes, even in 2-tier and 3-tier cities, which is an indicator of our collective aspirations for enhanced thermal comfort. Paradoxically, as we seek cooling solutions, we may be inadvertently contributing to a future marked by rising temperatures and environmental changes, a dystopian business as usual future so terrifyingly envisaged by Kim Stanley Robinson in the science fiction bestseller, The Ministry of Future, which shows graphic descriptions of highly abnormal heat waves across the state of Uttar Pradesh in India in a very distant future. The human rush to cool themselves by jumping into water bodies, jostling with the cool water space in ponds, the terrorizing street fights for air conditioners and DG sets, and the human fatalities due to a scorching, never before felt heat wave is a good enough reminder to send shivers down our spine. It is therefore imperative that we transition the energy transition from rhetoric to tangible action on the ground. ESL believes in action on the ground. ESL is recognized for implementing the world's largest energy efficiency portfolio across various sectors, including those in buildings. ESL's solutions have saved over 47 billion kilowatt-hour of energy annually and reduced 36.5 million tons of carbon emissions in India. As we embark upon a transformative journey that promises to reshape our nation's energy landscape, it is crucial to reflect on our own ability as well as strategy as a market enabler for low-carbon building transition in India. An exemplary initiative in this direction was the ECBC launched by the Ministry of Power in 2007 and subsequently amended in 2017. The groundbreaking initiative being implemented by BEE and SD aims to promote energy efficiency in the commercial building sector. Buildings in India. Through these future-ready solutions, ESL has created a market for energy-efficient and clean energy technologies in India. The Government of India has issued instruction to all departments in August 2017 to ensure that all public buildings become a move towards energy efficiency. So far, we have completed projects in 2,000 plus buildings, including Indian Railways, CPWD, airports, and energy audits have shown saving potential to the tune of up to almost around 30 to 50% in these buildings. And the major interventions which lie now will be in the lighting and more than lighting into the air conditioning systems. ESL, in its large-scale deployment of air conditioners, has put forward standards and norms on energy-friendly refrigerants. that fulfill the Montreal Protocol requirements. ESL, being a market creator and a driver in line to the Indian Cooling Action Plan, envisages for market shift in future E and sustainable cooling. More than 27,000 units of 5-star plus rated air conditioners have been deployed to various institutional clients under the BEEP and the super efficient AC program. We are also responsible for development of a new category at GEM for super efficient air conditioners, namely green AC based on learnings of program and preparedness of market for high ISCR valued air conditioners with low GWP and zero ODS. ESL's building energy portfolio would not rely only on active cooling strategy, but going forward, will also consider passive cooling strategies. ESL plays a key role in market creation for energy efficient equipment that can be adopted in buildings. And we plan to implement the energy efficient cooling as a service under the Chiller Energy Efficiency Program, which we are currently creating in association with some of our bilateral partners. Advanced building management systems implementation includes equipping buildings with systems that track power consumption in real time and identify energy waste reduction strategies as well. Advancing our vision to integrate sustainable and efficient buildings into the fabric of India's construction industry, we are delighted to further collaborate with GGGI on the ALCBT project. Under the guidance of MoHUA, this strategic initiative aims for low carbon building transition and will address the unprecedented surge in peak electricity demand driven by the pressing need for the cooling solutions. The project will encompass development and institutionalization of one of the most important things, that is the MRV tool to monitor carbon emission registry in the building sector. It seeks to also establish standardized systems and frameworks for low carbon buildings, ensuring effective monitoring through the integration of these MRV tools and building registry. Additionally, ALCBT project will establish financial pathways, sensitizing developers and ESCOs and banks to incorporate MRV tools into financing the taxonomy for low carbon buildings, because unless and until, I always lay emphasis on three things, 3 M's: measure, monitor, and modify. Unless and until we have the MRV tools in place, I think any forward progress is very difficult to come. And these MRV tools, once they are developed and institutionalized, will enable not only finance to get channelized, but will give more confidence into the ESCOs as well as the off-takers and beneficiaries of energy efficiency projects. ESL will enable the market for sustainable cooling projects based on the environmental friendly refrigerant in 3 states across India: UP, Haryana, and Kerala. HAREDA, Department of Forest and Climate Change in Uttar Pradesh, and EMC, Kerala, are actively supporting this project to ensure its effective implementation. We will be going ahead with pilot, but pilots are not the end. Pilots will be carried out under this project across 60 buildings in India and 40 buildings in 2 other countries. The primary objective that we'll try to showcase the efficacy of demand aggregation and bulk procurement with a collective target of these 100 buildings. ESL will facilitate training to almost 600 professionals and individuals on the use of low carbon tools and business models for building energy efficiency projects. GGGI, being an intergovernmental organization dedicated to green growth, has a vision and capabilities that will be complementary to the Indian efforts from our side. Together, that I know that we'll be able to deliver the ALCBT project objectives successfully by mainstreaming low carbon buildings in India. I wish this project all the very best, and congratulations and thanks to the ALCBT team, and we will ensure the necessary support from ESL. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your address and joining us virtually. And now, on behalf of GGGI, we express our gratitude to all the dignitaries for the enlightening session. And now to deliver the vote of thanks and the closing address for the inaugural session, we have Mr. Girija Shankar, General Manager Technical of EESL with us. I now invite Mr. Girija Shankar to deliver the vote of thanks. So we'll now take before that, his address, we'll take a group photograph with the dignitaries on the dais and with the CEO in virtually. So is it? Please bring him. Yeah, we have to take the photo, group photograph, and he'll be on screen, I think, virtually. So if technical team can support that.
Namaskar. It is a privilege for associating this project and providing this, I think, the vote of thanks for today's event. I sincerely want to convey the thanks and the supports we have received from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, GGI, all our project partners, the state authorities. We have the HAREDA officials, the EMC officials, and the UPNEDA, as well as the Department of Environment, Forest, Climate Change of Government of Uttar Pradesh. So I first want to sincere thanks all of you. I also want to my sincere thanks to the all who are present in this, I think, the inaugural session. The Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Sri Bakre Saab is always, I think, the pivotal role for all energy efficiency initiatives, and their blessing, their guidance for this project is maybe one of the key, I think, the support by which we are able to deliver the objective of this project. I also want to convey the sincere thanks from the GGI Head Office, Kyung Nam Sen, who has initially given his remarks and highlighted the few, the importance of this low carbon taxonomy. I also want to put on record the sincere, I think, the remarks from our CEO, sir, Sri Vishal Kapoor sir. He is always a guiding, I think, the force for all initiatives what we are doing. He is very enthusiastic to see the what may be the linkage which the ICAP we can drawn through this project, and also the energy efficiency large scale deployment program of ESL, particularly for the cooling programs with the low and environment friendly refrigerant waste. I also want to put sincere thanks to Alina McDowell. He has highlighted the importance of, I think, the compounding the capacity. So, ma'am, certainly, I think we will all join hand together and all partners will do our efforts for this low carbon taxonomy. Certainly, we may be able to gives the very boost for this project. I also want to convey the sincere thanks from the government of the Germany, who has supported this project. We have last 1.5 years, we are interacting with their government and all partners. So with their guidance, we have concluded this project and they have provided approval in the month of August. And certainly India is a priority for the German government. We have the various multilateral dialogues, and this project may be also one of the key element on those all dialogues, particularly relevant to the building energy efficiency program. I also want to convey the sincere thanks from the Mr. Jha, who has highlighted what the Ministry of MoHUA, Housing and Urban Affairs are doing, particularly for the building technologies. And these projects certainly have very correlation and linkage with your program. So whatever the low carbon building material is related, or there's some good practices are related, certainly your inputs and ministry guidance will be very, very key essential element for this project, and we want to look forward. I also want to see there are the officials from the green building rating agencies, from the IGBC, the GRIHA and other partners. So we will try to blend our project activities by which we can able to linkage your green rating parameters to demonstrate what the low carbon actually happening or not happening. So some matrices can be useful, and the tool which the heat is going to be developed, and we are going to demonstrate these pilots of this tool in the 3 states. Certainly, we may see many synergies with the green rating agency parameters. I am proud to be associated during my BE tenure for the building program. So certainly the learnings, the guidance of the BE ECBC course in 2007 and 17. So certainly those, I think the learning and the interaction with the various stakeholders maybe provide a pathway to design this project activities and the work plan packages in a effective manner. So these are, I think, I have just highlighted. If I have, may not be able to just narrate it here. So I want to sincere thank all of you who are contributed in this project, ESL team, GGI team, and the other project partners who have provided guidance, especially the state authorities to whom we have interacted, and also the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. The Joint Secretary has consented, but because of some certain exigency, he is not able to join. And he has requested that he will take a separate meeting with the GGI and ESL team to linkage with the CPWD and other, I think, the partners. So this program may provide a pathway for low carbon building transition. The next step, which the ECBC have already said. So apart from the energy efficiency, it will also have, may incorporate the broad-based how the buildings can be for the ready for the low carbon taxonomy. So with these words, I thanks again all of you to be present in this, I think, the inaugural session. We also have very good 2 sessions, the 2 panel discussions, one on the this green taxonomy, and another what the supports and activities are likely to be executed in the 3 states. So I request all of you kindly be more interactive and present here and provide your valuable guidance. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Girija Shankar. Thank you very much. And we would now take a 15 minutes tea break. And I encourage everyone to engage in networking and discussion, and do use low carbon, high comfort hashtag India towards LCBT in your social media post and to take this initiative forward. Thank you. Please join back in 15 minutes as we have two sessions more. Thank you.
I'll get in touch with you, sir. A lot of कल से आपके पास तो और बहुत सारी बोलने के लिए Hi. Just leave.
let's say इसमें conversion rate के हिसाब से किसी का 700 वो फिर कहीं ये लोग कोई कुछ ना बोले कि भाई ये कितना हो गया बट ये जो मैंने थोड़ा you've mailed it? उन्होंने फोटो नहीं देखा फोटो इज देयर यस ये नीचे है जहाँ पे भी वो हम रिप्लेस करेंगे 1.5 मिलियन नंबर मत लिखो नंबर मत लिखो क्योंकि बस ऑल्सो निकाल स्टोरी grants support for this project. What is grant? वैसे तो मैं कुछ नहीं पता International Climate is supporting this project under its International Climate initiative. Like वो भी डालना है वो डालो वो एक से एक से हम लैपटॉप चंद्रशेखर
चंद्रशेखर अच्छा ESL अभी यही दिल्ली में ही हो
अभी सीओ सेक्रेटरी सीओ के साथ
अरे वाह कैसा चल रहा है
चल रहा है इसमें।
अप्लाई किया
कौन सा पोजीशन निकला
अभी जो निकला था
मिल जाएगा। वो तो एक्सपीरियंस बहुत कम है
है ना कम वाला
करना एक सबसे मनाही कर दो तो आपको
तो वैसे ही
ये कुछ निकलने के लिए है नहीं तो टाइम लगेगा
क्या चीज अभी तो इंटर्न्स का नहीं इंटर्न्स का position।
कुछ पता नहीं है तो करना है ग्रेजुएशन कर सकते तो एक वाला प्रोग्राम के लिए ना तो ये वाला प्रोग्राम हाँ ये
हमने सजेस्ट किया था
विद्या सर बता रहे कि हम लोग रिक्रूट करेंगे
जो भी इंटर्न यदि ये नहीं आ रहे अच्छा वर्चुअल तो है विद्या सर से पूछो
So we will soon begin our next session, catalyzing low carbon building transition in India. And moderator of the session is Mr. S.P. Garnayak, specialist and COP lead, Green Building and Industry, GGGI. I request participants to take back their seats. We will start with session 2 shortly. Let's begin the technical session and panel discussion. Moderator of this session is Mr. S.P. Garnayak, specialist and COP lead, Green Building and Industry, GGGI. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to please take your seats. Please take your seat. We are going to begin this session, catalyzing low carbon building transition in India. We have panelists in this session, Mr. Saurabh Diddi, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ms. Akshima Ghate, MD RMI, Dr. Anand Shukla, Senior Advisor, SDC, Mr. Girija Shankar, GMEESL, Mr. Atif Syed, Project Lead, Green Building, South Asia, IFC. During this technical session, catalyzing low carbon building transition in India, we'll also have a question answer session after the panel discussion. So let me give a small introduction of the moderator. Our technical session is beginning with an engaging panel discussion on catalyzing low carbon building transition in India, which will be moderated by Mr. S.P. Garnayak, COP lead, Green Building and Industry, GGGI. Let me take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Garnayak. During his 27 years of professional career, Mr. Garnayak has served in government, bilateral and international organizations at various capacities in the field of energy policy, energy management, and resource conservation. He has earlier served as Executive Director in Energy Efficiency Services Limited, ESL, Ministry of Power, Government of India, and led many portfolios handling energy efficiency projects worth $300 million apart from other responsibilities. As Director in Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, Government of India during 2010 to 13, he managed flagship programs like Perform, Achieve and Trade, PAT, and Standard and Labeling SNL program of India. He was engaged by Chiang Mai University, Thailand as a policy expert in designing the Energy Performance Certificate EPC scheme of Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Garnayak is also the program manager of this ALCBT project in 5 countries. The esteemed panelists include Mr. Saurabh Diddi, Director BE, Ms. Akshima Ghate, MD RMI, Dr. Anand Shukla, Senior Advisor SDC, Mr. Girija Shankar, GMEESL, and Mr. Atif Syed, Project Lead, Green Building South Asia IFC. So in place of Akshima Ghate, we have with us Mr. Tarun Garg from RMI. I request Mr. S.P. Garnayak and our esteemed panelists to please begin the session. Over to Mr. Garnayak.
Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you for the kind introduction, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I think we had a very wonderful inaugural session, and we listened the importance of this particular project and how it is aligned to the country's futuristic policies, programs, from not only from the policy side as well as from the technological intervention or financial interventions that this program can bring up. So as we move ahead, we have 2 technical sessions here, and The first technical session is about the catalyzing the low carbon building transition in India and how the various aspects, particularly from the policy, the technology, capacity building, and the kind of learnings which have happened in the last 10, 15 years by various developmental organizations, initiatives that have been taken since last 2 decades, and also the financing opportunities, particularly the investment opportunities in this sector which exists. So we have a very well-known and very esteemed panelists here who have a diverse, exposures, experiences working in this field since many, many years. Mr. Saurabh Didi is the director in Bureau of Energy Efficiency, my ex-colleague. He's leading the building portfolio there and has been instrumental also to lead the domestic carbon market for India. We have, in fact, earlier we had Ms. Aksima Ghate, who was here just a little while ago, but she has to, go to for a meeting with Honorable Minister. So in her place, our colleague Tarun Garg is here, director from Rocky Mountain Institute, on her behalf. Dr. Anand Shukla, our third panelist, he's from SDC, he's a senior advisor, has been very instrumental in implementing and taking initiative in the building sector, not only at the central level, but also at the state engagements. We have Girija Shankar, General Manager, ESL, led a couple of flagship projects in ESL, particularly the super efficient air conditioning program, the building energy efficiency program, and the coming of the chiller energy efficiency program, which ESL wants to take it forward as a ESCO mechanism. Last but not the least, our speaker is Autif Said, Project Lead Green Building South Asia from International Finance Corporation, World Bank affiliated, IFC. So he is also leading various aspects of the green building concepts, not only in India, but also all the countries in the South Asia. So he will be here with us to share his experiences to a greater context and see where we can leverage the works which IFC have done and how that can align with our future activities under this program. So to make the house rule here for this panel discussion, we have already taken away some time during the tea break and also during the inaugural session. So we have little time left. So earlier during my message to all the panelists, I had said that everyone will speak for about 7 minutes. But now I would request that you have to reduce it to 6 minutes. 5 minutes will be more encouraged. But I don't know, it is your greatest challenge how you can articulate your thoughts in 5 minutes or 6 minutes best. So you can, no need to introduce yourself because already I have done that, but straight away go to the your thoughts or insights to share to the esteemed audience here. So let me turn to first speaker, Saurabh Didi, Director B. Mr. Didi, you are already leading this portfolio since many, many years, and very happy to see that you are also linked to the domestic carbon market for India, which is in fact one of the first thing which India is doing as compared to other countries in the world. So how do you see, because the code, the energy conservation building code, already there has been a lot of negative thoughts coming up that code is there, but it is not implemented properly. Is there any challenge to that? And this code subsequently got revised in 2017. And what are the new aspects that were incorporated there? And how you can see that this embedded carbon concept or the low carbon concept that can be built onto the low carbon, the energy conservation building code. Do you think that it can be a policy recommendation going forward? Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Garnayak. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for saying that code is not working well. I never wanted to hear such a statement, because everyone here is actually looking forward for the next version of code. Now, just to brief you what happened in last couple of years, because a lot of people are meeting again. Few things in last 1 year which has happened is a significant step towards the energy efficient buildings. And in the act, which is amended in December 22, we have revised definition of energy conservation building code. And now this building code is having a sustainability feature. So now this code will be called as ECSBC instead of ECBC. So energy conservation and sustainable building code. Second thing which has been changed is that residential buildings will also be included as per the act. So as of now, ECBC was mandated for only for commercial buildings. Now it will be for residential buildings as well. Third major change is that we have given a clarity in definition that how buildings will be called 100 kilowatt and above, but in case of addition of the building, how it will be considered. Then fourth, which we have actually removed from the act, is that penalties. That penalties were there, but now penalties will be as per the building bylaws of the respective state. So you can say we have eased out, but now these penalties will be much more difficult, because in some of the states, it can be that your building can be removed or deconstructed or whatever. I don't want to use that word even. So that can even happen that way. So these are the four broad things which have happened. Now coming to the sustainable building code, which we are developing, and last for 4 to 6 months, we are working significantly in this aspect. And lot of things we are trying to add in that right from the sustainable site planning to water management, waste management, circular economy, materials management, everything we are trying to incorporate in that building code. Few places we are struggling, few places we are doing good things. For example, water management, waste management is not that difficult. But again, how we can reutilize that waste, we are considering that even that construction demolition waste, how we can consider to reuse in the building. But we are facing certain challenges in that reuse, because if we will make it mandatory, then people will find loopholes in that aspect as well. Second thing, challenging area is materials, that how embodied carbon can be considered in these buildings. And because a lot of data is not there, so what we are planning that this version of code may not have mandatory numbers for, or we'll say minimal numbers will be there for the mandatory thing from the material perspective, but it will have significantly, it will give us data from the buildings constructed as so that we can get what kind of material everyone is using, and including what is the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions because of that material. So that kind of things we are trying to incorporate in this. Draft version of all the chapters are ready with us. Now we are planning for regional meetings. First meeting we are trying to do on 4th and 3rd, whatever, Monday and Tuesday, 4th or 5th or 3rd or 4th of next month. It will be in Gurugram, or then 8th and 9th, Friday and Saturday, it will be in Hyderabad. And after our National Energy Conservation Day, 3 more workshops in Pune, Guwahati, and one I think in Odisha we will do. So 5 total workshops we will do, where we will call all the developers, all the stakeholders which are mentioned in this will be actually invited for that discussion. Parallelly, we are also working on the sustainable building code for the residential building sector. And same things will be included in the residential building. So both codes will be discussed in these 5 regional workshops. And then finally we will launch. So we are targeting somewhere around January, February. We can finalize these codes, and we can say that ECBC 2017 will transform to ECSBC 2024. So that kind of thing we are trying for. And we are trying to include all the aspects. Also, parallelly, while drafting this code, we are looking into all the issues, as Mr. Garnaik said, that it is very complex, actually. I'll not say it is not being implemented. 24 states have already implemented, but it is complex. So we are trying to remove those complexities so that it is for the ease of business, you can use that code easily. So from all of you as well, we would like to request that if you can look into that code, and you can also suggest that what kind of changes we should do so that it is easily adopted by architects and developers, also by the government. So that kind of thing we are looking into. I think 6 minutes are over.
Thank you, Saurabh, for your thoughts and the insights, particularly the sustainable word being incorporated in the ECBC. So EACSBC is the code, is the name of the code now. And you talked about this easing out the penalties so that more and more participation would be there at the state level. And the most important thing which I liked, and this is actually one of the key aspects in this program, is the data acquisition. And because the data absence is there, and that is where the struggling is there, and DGB also highlighted all these things. So whatever assumptions are coming out, or calculations, estimations are coming out with some ballpark numbers, or maybe some estimations being worked out on that. So probably getting a good set of data from set of building registry with a clear ground level data, that would actually help in the decision making, and I sincerely appreciate that. And we have this data registry action to be taken in 2024 under this project, and we'll be happy to support you in these initiatives. And would be also request to be that if GGGI and under this program, under all stakeholders are invited in the stakeholder consultations which you are planning, so that we'll be able to gather the knowledge as well as would explore what support we can provide. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Okay, let me go to our next speaker. In fact, Akshima was there to, as I said earlier, to give her thoughts, but unfortunately she has to move out. And on her behalf, we have Tarun Garg from Rocky Mountain Institute, his director. So Tarun, as I know, Rocky Mountain Institute has been a major advocate in the cooling sector. And that cooling aspect is definitely an interesting, or you can say challenging factor in India, as well as the 5 countries where we are targeting to. And how do you think that this low carbon building transition project, which specifically talks about the embedded carbon part and all, how this is linked to a cooling related things, and how this RMI's experience or exposure so far can be a win-win situation in this project?
Hello, thank you, Garnaik sir. Good afternoon, everyone. As Garnaik sir mentioned, Akshima, my colleague, had to left this workshop, and I'm filling in for her. Congratulations to GGI ESL for launching this important project and inviting RMI to be part of the discussion. I think I'm a lot of known faces, and all of us know, the importance of cooling or buildings. So I'm also thinking about what new I can sort of contribute to. So I've come up with the why, what, and how. Why it is important to focus on cooling. I think cooling is not sort of a environment prerogative now. I think it's a socioeconomic elements need to be added in it as well. So there are some numbers which I want to highlight. Cooling, if not provided, can impact 200 million people in India, urban poor especially, by 2050. Almost 30 million jobs could be impacted due to the, if the cooling is not available, and 2% of GDP could be robbed due to the cooling. So I think cooling is not something where we look at, from the energy efficiency or from environment perspective. I think it's more of a different challenge we are looking at right now. And this is, apart from it, in India, if you look at cooling almost contributes to 25 to 30% of our peak demand. Again, that's another challenging factor looking at the current demand, current emissions, current energy consumption as well. And globally, I think various projections done by RMI says almost 7% contribution to the global GHG emissions come from cooling. So I think there are two sides of cooling. We are looking at socioeconomic side. We are also looking at the emission side. So what is it we can do to sort of avoid the emissions generated from cooling? We can't say no to cooling. And I think we were discussing during one of the panel discussion with Saurabh sir as well. I think thermal comfort is key word here. I think from space cooling perspective, thermal comfort is key for us, for a country like India, where everybody won't need 24 degrees Celsius as the comfort parameter. Maybe 30 degrees Celsius or adaptive thermal comfort could be the requirement for various people living in the society. So that's one of the important part which I want to highlight. Apart from that, from the what element of my remarks, we need to look at three levels. We need to look at urban level, we need to look at building level, and we need to look at appliance level. I think the program that has been launched today is definitely going to cover on the urban side of things, where we are looking at how various urban cooling solutions can reduce the urban heat island impact in the cities. Just for an example, a simple solution like Cool Roof can reduce the urban heat island impact by 5 to 10 degrees Celsius. It's not something we have done it in India. I think global studies says that we are in the process of doing it in one of the cities constructed by Lodha Group in Palava. So that's something which is being undertaken right now. That's on the urban level. I'm just giving you an example. At the building level, again, I'm citing the example, the work RMI has done from global cooling price perspective, again, with support of Bureau of Energy Efficiency. We are looking at an air conditioner which is not available right now. We're in the process of doing the testing on the ground. That is again happening in Lodha in Mumbai. I think various estimates says that around 400 gigawatt can be saved through the 5X air conditioners by 2050. Now 5X was defined in 2019. It could be 3X, 3.5X today. So I think that's another element we can look at from the building level perspective, rather at the appliance level perspective, and how we can do it. I think that's also very important, because we have seen a lot of programs have been initiated, but how can we implement it on the ground? And that's something which this project will also talk about. I think awareness is very critical whenever we talk about cooling in India. I think solutions like Cool Roof is there. I think if you see people are installing China mosaic tiles on their roof, people have done so much of work, but it's not mainstream yet. And there are various reasons towards it. And one of the major reasons is awareness and capacity building and training. That's something which was highlighted by, I think, ESL also, and Garnack sir, you also mentioned. I think awareness, training, and capacity building will play a huge role in the uptake of various cooling solutions that exist. The second part from the implementation perspective will be the behavior change that is supposed to happen. We have seen it, the program launched by Bureau of Energy Efficiency on 24 degrees Celsius. It was a huge success, and people are really concerned about their the temperature or the set point temperature at which they are operating their AC. So not only about air conditioners, I think similar kind of behavior change campaigns will be required for various other solutions. In fact, we had a discussion with Niti Aayog where we were talking about what kind of behavior changes are required for at the urban planning level, at the building design level, and at the appliance operation level. So I think, again, we are looking at behavior change campaigns at 3 levels of the city design or the building design. So that is, again, very important from the implementation perspective. And the third important point from my side is, apart from policies, in which most of the people who are sitting here are working right now, I think we need to look at private sector also. We need to look at how can we have commitments from various developers? How can we have commitment from various municipalities, cities? I think that kind of effort is required. And I don't think one entity can solve this. All of us who are sitting in this room need to think about implementing solutions on the ground. And the way to do it is, creating awareness, getting commitments from the cities, and think about, what kind of changes are required in the tender document, schedule of rates, various technical specifications that exist. Green public procurement, highlighted by you, will go a long way. In fact, we are doing a program on cement and steel, how GPP or green public procurement will be critical for creating market for what we are saying green steel or green cement or low embodied carbon steel or low embodied carbon cement. I think green public procurement will be very important. GEM portal is one of those examples. Similarly, we have so many other mechanisms that exist right now. We don't need to recreate something which is new, but I think we need to integrate all these elements into the existing documents. So I think these are my thoughts from RMI perspective, and I'm glad that we were able to share our thoughts on this.
Thank you, Tarun, for your thoughts and giving the RMI perspective to it. And you said about that the cooling is not a luxury; it is now a necessity, and that is what is going into the building sector, and that is the surge in the electricity. And you also said this 400 gigawatt of the saving, which may come from this sector through energy efficient or sustainable cooling action. But only one concern from my side is that whenever there is a new technology, it comes with more cost. So it does not become more and more affordable. So that is where it takes the back step for a large scale implementation or scaling up. So that is why probably in our project, the concept of the bulk procurement or the concept of the ESCOs, or developing a sustainable business model to go about that can be well addressed during the while implementing this project. But the most important thing you talked about the awareness. Yes, I fully agree with that point, and probably everyone would agree. And that is where we lack whether it is energy users, whether it is developers, contractors, or even the material suppliers, and we are not concerned about that the sustainability part, or particularly the energy efficiency, energy conservation part. And you also talked about the behavioral change, and probably that is the point which the government of India is highlighting, the life cycle for the environment life. So that actually talks about how the behavioral change, particularly adapting to a certain temperature range, particularly say about 24-degree in an air conditioning system, that can save a huge amount of energy and all. So these are the things. Yes, that is why, ladies and gentlemen, under this program also there is a massive capacity building related things planned here, and we have about 18 modules to be prepared to be the training. Massive training will be delivered to the different set of people, government, industries, financial institutions, energy auditors, ESCOs, and everybody who are in the ecosystem of this building sector. So probably this, what he highlighted about this capacity building, training, awareness, this will create a major role, and which our ALCBT program is trying to address upon. Thank you, Tarun, for your thought again. Let me turn to my left. Dr. Anand Shukla is Senior Advisor in Swiss Development Cooperation. He has been instrumental in doing so many things in the building sector in the recent past, since last 1 decade, in fact. And I would request him very straightforward question, just to give your experience and to educate us what STC is doing in this space, and how do you think that, because you are again a developmental initiatives or developmental organizational initiatives you are taking, how this ALCBT program can be aligned to the work which you are doing, so that the duplicacy can be avoided. So it can also actually, the ALCBT program can build on what work you have done, so that we can get the larger benefit of that. Over to you, Dr. Anand.
Thank you very much. I hope it's working. Yeah, it's working. Thanks for the invitation, and thanks for this opportunity to share the SDC's experience. Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, here we are placed at the Swiss Embassy. You asked about how we can collaborate. I think just to mention here from SDC side, we have been working since last more than 20 years on this buildings topic. If you look at the ecosystem, we really started actually from the material side, whether you say brick or the cement. We have enormous data that is generated. I think all that data that is available, that's available to be used, actually, it's actually in the public domain. From the cement side, we supported more than 12 years of research on developing a new cement called limestone calcine clay cement. It's been approved by BIS also. Uptake is yet to happen because approval happened only beginning of this year. So I think why I'm highlighting, because this cement has a potential to reduce up to 40% of CO2 emission in its production. So I think it's important from the embodied carbon point of view. This is what I would say from the material side, but our major forte is to work on the passive design measures in the building sector. How we worked on that, we looked at it from three different aspects. One is the building design, second is the building technology, and third is the building policy. I think because we have Mr. Didi sitting here, he mentioned about the Eco-Niwas Samhita. I think I always prefer whenever I talk about our initiative, the Eco-Niwas Samhita, because that was the assistance provided from the Swiss agency. And it was 2018 that we finally actually materialized that part. Although I think the major challenge when we started our project in 2008 was that we were continuously insisting on working on the residential sector. But at that time, the major buzzword actually the commercial building, because ECBC came at that time. But what happened with our consistent work on the residential sector, enormous data was generated. And so was the reason the first building, multi-storied building energy efficiency guidelines were developed. And those, if you see India's NDCs commitment, those are highlighted there. And it happened actually when the revised version of ECBC was being launched, then I think the commitment was made that, why not actually the residential building code? So we got the upper hand there because we were working on this particular topic. That is where we could support on the building policy. But when it comes to the building design, we closely work with the builders and the developers, basically to work in their project, how to optimize the design measures so that the buildings are more energy efficient. And we have practically showcased there is a possibility of energy saving from 25 to 55% through these energy efficiency measures, depending on which recommendations they absorb. But I think the overall potential is this much. We have another project on integration of renewables in building, because we thought energy efficiency is not sufficient. If the buildings have to be energy generator, then you'll have to integrate the renewables also. But I think, mind you, this is not the solar PV and thermal I'm talking about here. It's in general any renewable energy technology. Because in the commercial building heating application, if I just say a few examples here, the fruit and vegetable suppliers, they have their whole big setup where they need the cooling, and the waste that is generated, I think you can go for the biomethanation technology, and then the gas that is used, you can use it back into your system to generate the cooling point. So I think we worked on both the energy efficiency and the renewables together. Now coming back actually on the building design, although we have showcased, but I think after 8 or 10 years of working on this topic, I want to say one thing here. I think we should move away from this world pilot projects. After 15 years of working in this huge country, and still if you are talking about the pilot project, at STC, we have decided actually, I'll come to that also, what we are thinking from that angle. Third is second is the building technology. Third is the building technology. It's basically the building insulation and the external shading system. On your windows, you see these are internal shading system, but what we are promoting is the external shading system, because in this case, what happens, the heat is already inside, and then you are cooling here. The cooling load is quite high. So what we are trying to promote is using the system outside the building. It's a different system, but I think you can cut the heat ingress outside there. So I think we have to look at actually from the whole ecosystem's point of view, where you want to have a maximum impact. We have the research conducted not too far from here in Gurgaon itself to see the efficacy of these external mobile shading system. We found that there is a possibility of reducing 7 to 8% of energy consumption if you are having this external shading system. Active cooling I'm referring here. Now, in every element we were discussing about the capacity building and training. I would say you don't have to start anything from scratch. Everything is in the public domain and we has actually all that information. We are ready actually to share all that information. And just to highlight actually one element is the BEEP camp. Building energy efficiency project, that was our initiative, but within that we organized a 7 days intensive workshop, design workshop for the young professionals, architects, engineers, even the faculty members there, to make them to build their capacity, how to optimize the design measures of the building there. There are modules already available. And I think, I'm sure we will be quite happy if you take up that and take it on further. You customize, you revise, but I think the basis is already there. It's been well appreciated, got the international award also, SIPSE award last year. So I think training capacity building is embedded there. Now, thermal comfort. I think we all are talking about thermal comfort these days. I would say thermal comfort is really, really uncomfortable if it is not affordable and if it is too expensive. So that is where we are going to start a new project on space cooling through passive measures. Because everybody is talking these days about the active cooling. Already so many players are working. So we decided to stick to our forte, passive cooling measures, passive energy efficiency design measures. So soon, maybe in a month time or two, we are going to start a new project on space cooling in buildings through passive measures. And as I said, we want to get away from the pilot projects. Our idea is to go for scale. Go for scale, whether it is training program, training of the trainers here. That's a way to go out actually for scaling. And to work with the builders, not with the building, but we are going to work with the builders and the developers because they have multiple other projects in different climatic zones. So I think that's a way to go, I would say. And the second aspect in that is to work at the financing level, because I would say the private sector is still not confident enough that if there is a business case. You can differ with that, but I think largely it is a case they are still not confident whether it makes sense actually a business case for them. And also I will include here the banks, the multilateral banks or the private banks here, because they don't see the quantum coming out from the market. So that is where we want to emphasize to work closely with the private sector, not with the building sector, but also with the financing organizations there. So I think that's in a nutshell, I could say, and we would be happy to share any information that we have developed so far from the past experiences. But in the new upcoming project on space cooling, I think I will be happy to see how at the state level we can collaborate. My suggestion would be, rather going individually, we prepare a package and then go with the state authorities that this is what we should do. And I think they'll be happy. So that's in a nutshell. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anandji. I think you made my life easier. Because you said that you should not start everything from scratch. Many works have been done. I think this is a message not to me, but for everyone who would be directly, indirectly involved in this 5-year project. More importantly, you said that a lot of training modules have already been developed. It has been already shared, available in the public domain. Data are available in the public domain, and we should work on that, of course, with a customization. And that is exactly which we are targeting. Otherwise, if you see about 5,600 people to be trained in a period of 1.5 years, and subsequently raising the number to 19,000 at the end of the 5 years or beyond that, it's not an easy task. So probably that's the message while discussing with this the scope with the government of Germany. We have also build on the work what has already been done in all the countries. Thank you very much for that information, and we'll definitely look forward to your support on that. And also you talked about another concept which we have not discussed so far, the integration of the renewable energy with the energy efficiency. And we are talking about only the energy efficiency, which can bring down the energy consumption, maybe by 20 to 30% by adoption of energy efficient technologies and practices. But at the same time, if this renewable energy concept, particularly solar PV or any other sources, the biogas kind of thing generation through the waste which is being generated in a particular building sector or a large building, that can be utilized. So this is one thing also included in one of our scope, but not in a bigger way, but I would definitely like to discuss this aspect, how to take it forward. Thank you very much for this. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our next speaker, Mr. Girija Sanka, who worked with me extensively during ESL days, and particularly in the building sector, where we implemented more than, energy efficiency projects in more than 10,400 buildings in the country, including railways, airports, and many other government buildings in all across the states. And also a flagship program we initiated in 2019, that was the super efficient air conditioning program. And the learnings of both have already been included in this particular scope of work and to scale it up. So as I agree with him, no pilot. In this particular thing also, there will be no pilot. So it will be the scaling up of the cooling related or the super efficient air conditioning national program in India, as well as the chiller replacement program in India, how that can be immediately scaled up, maybe in 200 buildings or so. So ESL will be taking this initiative under this project as a ESCO or a super ESCO, and to mobilize the necessary investment for that. So I would request Girija ji, if you can just highlight what is your thought process on that and how you are going to implement this project considering the 3 states in view. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. I just want to initiate this discussion on, for any large scale deployment, I think the 2 key elements is market push and the market pull. So I think the efforts of Bureau of Energy Efficiency on ES-SBC and whatever the SDGs and SDC initiatives and other roles, that will provide a market push for energy efficient, these large scale environment friendly energy efficiency projects, and we will certainly look forward. I am also been associated during my BE tenure on this building program. So the market push also have the some synergies, whether it may be the harmonization of these ESBC norms in the NBC, National Building Codes, schedule of rates of the PWD, schedule of rates of the other departments, whether it may be the railway and the other government organization. So those integration will always create the demand for energy efficient product and the technologies. With the initiative of ESL in the super efficient air conditioning program in 2019, we have deployed around more than 27,000 air conditioners, and all at that time when this program was designed, there are no manufacturers who are able to provide the ICR value of those values. Only the few vendors and manufacturers are available. Based on the learning of the past experience, now our team and with the guidance of our CEO sir, we are designing and refurbishing this program in the larger scale. So the Pran Saurabh ji and Anil Chaudhary ji from the ESL side, they are working on it. And it may be in the, earlier the program may not be in the, only in the limits of the 1,000, but now we may be able to target in larger scale. So air conditioning program with some innovative features which may be useful for the demand response program and the other initiative that will also be incorporated. ESL is also working one of the initiative, U75 initiative. So under this U75 initiative, 75 industries are targeted for the net zero. So this, I think our ALCBT demonstration project will have very, very linkage with. We already done the 3 regional workshops, one at SRM University at Chennai, another is Vidya Bharati at Pune, and recently in the last month we had done this one program at the Delhi University. many other universities are also participated in that those program. We are working with the Ministry of Education and able to create the framework where these 75 universities can be targeted. So out of these 75 universities, the few universities may be under these 3 states, and we are already working with the EMC Kerala, HAREDA, and the UP NADA. So with their state government supports, we may be develop some matrices and develop the approach how these universities can be targeted, and other buildings can be incorporated in these type of initiative. So this is on the aspects of the retrofitting project. ESL is also working on one of the BEES program, the DEEP project. This is particularly for the pet sector. And in the pet sector, there are the 2 hospital and the hotels. Both are under, also comes in the pet. We have developed around 13 technology in that project, and the few technologies may have direct correlation, particularly the WEM technology, on which I think the utilization of the waste energy and use for the cooling purposes will provide and have the direct linkage with the environment friendly solutions for these type of technology. We are also working with the UT administration of Ladakh and other government agencies. So we see that by these demonstrations, we able to create a framework. Your GGI team has also connected us to the ICF team, and we may be able to develop the some kind of the revolving fund where the financing can be brought for these projects. Also, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency have developed the facilitation centers, and they already enrolled around more than 25 financial institutions and the banks, which can able to provide support. And BE is also developing one the incentivization of these projects on these technologies. I am also part of the one of the technical member of that group. So we may able to create this entire framework with the support of all stakeholders, and certainly whatever we have targeted under the objective of this project, we able to complete those objective outcomes and outputs. So this is the broad way. We see from the ESL perspective that these energy efficiency project and the technology should be scalable, and we are going directly on based on our past experience directly for the replication and the retrofitting projects. We also have the solar initiative under the ESL umbrella. So for making the net zero, we can target the e-mobility, the solar energy, and the energy efficiency project in universities and the other campuses to make this low carbon building transition. So this is the ESL perspective I want to share with the gatherings.
Thank you, Girijaji, for putting up so many initiatives what ESL is taking forward. But just to add what he probably missed out, this super efficient air conditioning program, 2 aspects. One is that usage of the low global warming potential refrigerant. That is the new thing which wants to be tried here in as a bulk procurement kind of thing, particularly promoting or encouraging the natural refrigerant. And you all know about what a natural refrigerant means. So that is the kind of initiative that is being planned under this LCBT program project here. The other things, the second point is that the cost reduction. As I said, if we are talking about a 5-star AC or with this kind of refrigerant interventions and all, probably the cost may go up. And even if we talk that the payback period would be less than 3 years or 3.5 years, still the consumer will not be able to adopt them because of the high initial cost. So what does it mean? There is a cost reduction through the demand aggregation and through the bulk procurement. What I did, if I go my experience here, we purchased about 100,000 number of ACs in 2019, 2018 or so, and the cost reduced to about 27% from the market retail price. So that means that's the kind of benefit which can be passed on to the consumer. So upfront cost is reduced. The second is that, is there any kind of payment mechanism that can be made as long as the investor's interest is safeguarded? So business model is important thing. In this particular project, ladies and gentlemen, we have included the on-bill financing mechanism as well as one of the initiative where the discoms would be involved. So as he was talking about, the couple of projects can be taken on the demand response or the demand side management program with the utilities. The OBF, the on-bill financing model, can be one of the initiatives. And we have tried that. We have tried that in a couple of states. It worked fine, but it needs scale up. So that's the thing. And the last point which you said about, which I was also not aware of, this is the EU75 initiative. University, I mean, the decarbonization of the, or the net zero initiatives in the university. Here also we have 3 universities taken, to be taken in India, overall 6 in all the 5 countries, not only on the aspects of the curriculum change, but also to bring the entire university campus energy efficient. So probably all these initiatives which he was talking about is quite matching to the project scope here, and we have to align them as deemed appropriate. So ladies and gentlemen, we have our last speaker, and I have the privilege to turn towards him, Mr. Atif Saeed, project lead green building and for South Asia in IFC. He's a known face in this particular sector, has been doing a lot of work, initiatives. Recently, we also met in one of the conferences, a brainstorming session, in fact, in UN office. And just my thought to Mr. Saeed, to you, is that as IFC is taking the interest, or particularly their interest is towards the financing. So how do you see that this low carbon building and particularly the cooling related things, what is the market size you are envisaging in India in the next 2 to 3 years? And do you think that to harness that market size, market investment, is there any challenge that would come forward? And how do you see that the role of the private sector would play while getting these investments? Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Soumya. Good afternoon, everyone. So as we've been talking here, I think the time for pilot, as Anandji very rightly said, the time for doing pilots is long gone. If we have to avoid situation, what the UN head says is not global warming, it's global boiling. We are already getting there. So if we have to avoid, we have to try to mainstream, try to scale it up as soon as possible. And that's what we have in mind with our ambition, is to work with regulations where needed, where possible, work with investments, again, where needed, very strategic, trying to catalyze rather than just throwing money at something and hoping it would happen. Be very strategic about where to invest, how to catalyze that investment to scale up things. And then also try to work on creating the business case so that there is demand. Because unless there are market mechanisms driving efficiency, sustainability, it won't really sustain. Just regulations by themselves won't sustain it. Just investments by themselves won't sustain it. It has to have a demand. So working on the demand side, and lastly on the skill side, the capacity of the market, of the technical, the stakeholders to kind of support that work. With that in mind, we've been investing a lot. We've been doing policy level work, and we've been doing a lot of standard setting. Standards as in what really qualifies as green. From an investment perspective, the biggest thing is carbon. If we are trying to tackle climate change, the biggest metric is how much carbon are we reducing. So is our investment really helping impact carbon reduction? Monitoring that, standardizing that, the approach to that, so we've been focusing on that. And lastly, on the skill development, so we've developed courses for both university students. Our courses are being taught now in about 25 universities in India. and plus about 1,500 professionals have also gone through our professional training. Now, to come to your question about the investments, what are the challenges and the opportunities to that? The first question is, why should one invest in energy efficiency, in sustainability? The biggest reason is there is a huge opportunity. If you're just looking at from a very commercial perspective, this is one of the most profitable investments right now. The return on investment in efficiency is quite good. And if you, as an investor, if you're, let's say, looking to invest in the market and you know that this company will definitely give me good returns, you'll obviously go there regardless of what the company does. So this is according to some studies that we had done a couple of years ago. In India, there is a $1.4 trillion investment opportunity in green buildings. $1.4 trillion by 2030. And some other studies have said it's right now per year, we are leaving about $150 billion of investment opportunities be untapped. Nobody is invested in that. So that's the first reason why we should be investing in this. Second is, this is a way of future-proofing our investments, our projects, because regulations are changing. As Saurabh said, the next regulation is coming to be more stricter, more stringent. If we're not building to those standards now, we'll be forced to make changes later. We'll be forced to retrofit, which are much more expensive. Secondly, the investor preferences are changing. There is more climate funds being made available now. The investors, especially global investors, institutional investors, are preferring climate projects over non-climate projects. And that's true for us as well. For IFC, almost all our real estate investments are going towards green certified projects. We're not investing in non-certified buildings at this time. Then the client preferences are changing as well. People are getting more aware, and they're demanding that our properties be more efficient, be more sustainable, especially the multinationals. I hope this awareness goes down to the bottommost level of the pyramid, so everybody starts demanding it, and that would resolve the problem by itself. And the tariffs are changing as well, so it will become more costly if we don't improve our buildings now. Now, I talked about the global funds. We are seeing this trend not just with the development banks like IFC, but also with commercial banks. HSBC, Standard Chartered, and a lot of others have special climate funds that they are looking to invest. And what I've heard from many of them is they're not finding enough projects to invest in. So that's a pity, because at most conferences we say there is a lack of fund. But on the other hand, they're saying there is fund, not enough takers because they're not meeting the criteria. So that was the first thing, why to invest. The second big challenge that we see, or the issue, is what to invest in. What qualifies to be green? What qualifies to be climate and sustainable? And the first part of that is determining what the baseline is. We, unfortunately, a lot of us do not have the right information to say what is really green. The government is doing a lot of work on baselining. We've also done some work. We've actually gone out and studied buildings across the country, across about 14 cities, all geographic regions, all building types, to figure out what the baseline is. And we put it all together into an online software that people can go to and develop their own baseline. If you want to develop a baseline for this building, for example, to see what would happen if I don't have any green features in this building, how much energy it would consume per year, how much water it will consume every year, how much carbon emissions it would have, both on the operational side as well as the embodied carbon. One can now go to the EDGE website, edgebuildings.com, and do a very quick assessment. In half an hour, you'll be able to figure that out. And that's the first step. The second is, now, if I figured out the baseline, what can I do next? Where are the opportunities to improve? Again, the software can help you figure that out. This software is completely free of charge. And the idea is to make this information available, transparent to everyone. And we continuously keep to improve that database so that it keeps relevant. And our thinking is that while the work on technology development should continue, we should not wait for the right technology to come in before we start accepting that. Because current technology today's technology is sufficient to even build zero carbon buildings at a reasonable cost. It's just that you have to put in the right planning, the right evaluation up front to figure that out. And the last part is how to invest. And we believe, again, as I said, we should not just be throwing money at something and hope it happens. It has to come with some advisory support, some technical support. And for our projects, we keep doing that. We provide the right kind of green building support. We have an entire green building team on the advisory side, which provides that technical support plus the edge software that I said. But also we should be looking not just at mitigation, but also adaptation, because climate change encompasses both aspects. One is trying to reduce climate change. The other is trying to adapt to climate change that's already happening. Floods are already happening because of climate change. Heat waves are happening. Rainfall patterns have shifted. Do our buildings, are the buildings built to survive those? So what is the climate risk? So we have developed another evaluation system for that called Building Resilience Index, which evaluates the risk to individual buildings from 6 different kinds of climate and natural disasters, and then helps reduce that risk. So once we have figured out what the risks are, what the investment needs are, then the kind of funding can be very flexible. So we provide different kinds of funding, equity, loan, risk sharing in some cases. And now we are also talking about sustainability linked finance, basically linked to the performance of the building or the portfolio. If you can manage to reduce your carbon emissions by X percentage, or if you can reduce your energy consumption or water consumption, then that has an impact on the terms of the loan. It can go up or down depending on the performance. So that's kind of an incentive to keep operating the building well as well. And the last part is, as an investor, that we are very concerned, and a lot of investors are, is greenwashing. Making sure that the claims are really validated. Unfortunately, there is still a lot of greenwashing, a lot of claims happening without proper checks in place. The standard that we believe, and we've kind of have some consensus with multiple global agencies, is that a green building has to have 3 components. One is at least a 20% reduction in its carbon footprint, at least a third-party validation of once the building is built. So an independent auditor goes and checks whether this is really green, rather than somebody just claiming it to be green, or just based on the drawings, which may or may not be translated on the ground. And lastly, there should be carbon reporting. So if these 3 are met, then we say, yes, this is eligible to be called a green building.
Thank you, Mr. Utip. I think it is a good summarization of the entire thing. He spoke about the entire gamut of the things which are involved as a challenge or the opportunity in the building sector. And you talked about $1.4 trillion by 2030. That's the market size, the investment opportunity, which is huge. And in this program, we are just targeting 140 million euro, so which is roughly about 145 or 150 USD, million USD. So that means it is a ocean in the drop in the ocean. So nevertheless, this number is very, very, very eye-opening for every one of us, and it is up to us how we can harness this particular market. And you said about this, the opportunities for the new buildings which are coming up, particularly as everybody says that 60 to 70% of the buildings are yet to be built in India. So that means it gives us a kind of playground to actually go for the newer things or adopt the newer things in the buildings which are coming up. And what Mr. Saurabh said about this regulation or the mandate is coming up. So in any case, it is every developer, architect, or the building owner is forced to do that. So that means it's actually an opportunity. New buildings coming up, regulation is coming up, and There is a clear return on investment on that. So all these positivities are there, which actually, brings a good market scenario as far as green buildings are concerned. So as the time is running out, and in the interest of the other session which is to follow, so I'll just open this forum to the audience. We'll take a couple of questions. If there are any other questions to ask, probably you can utilize during the lunch time, during the networking session, to ask to individual speakers. Anybody, if you have any questions on this program, then I will be able to answer. And if you are anything to be asked to any of our speaker, be very specific, concise, and ask the question to the panelists. So over to the floor. Yes.
Subsidy is being released, and also Odisha is the first one to implement GNM, group net metering, and virtual net metering. Perhaps these two initiatives of Odisha and OERC will able to address the low carbon building transition technologies. So why we are not referring other states, how other states can be rolled into this transition, that will be great. So apart from Kerala, Haryana and UP, so we need to also focus into other states and also to the private hotel association, universities, and so that can be elaborated.
Thank you, Vivu, for the question. I think this 20 lakh BLDC fans intervention that I know, and it's a good step, and I think Odisha is the first state to take that forward. Okay, now coming to the question, your question regarding additional inclusion of Odisha as an additional state under this program. This is very much there. It can be taken during the scale of phase. So that means in the 5th year of the project. So, I mean, we have additional states can be included. It can go even beyond the 5 countries. So that's the scope says, and it is a scaling of kind of thing. But these 3 states were chosen with a hectic, rigorous discussion with all these state partners, and finally it was agreed. But nevertheless, we have a project steering committee. A project steering committee agrees that there is an additional state to be added with the existing scope and the existing budget. We can think of that. But as of now, unfortunately, Odisha is not there.
What is the expiry date of this project? I mean, up to which year it will continue?
Okay, so it is for 5 years. It starts it started from 15th August 2023. It will end as on record on 14th August 2028. And if there is an extension possible, then probably that can be with the approval of the donors. Okay, I think I was given warning that it should close this session. So let's close this one and give a round of applause to all the panelists who stood there. Thank you very much. And I close this session here.
So we thank our eminent panelists for their insight and for this enlightening session. I request Mr. Garnaik to present sapling to each panelist as a token of our gratitude. Thank you. So moving forward, we now have an exclusive session to mark the occasion to exchange the tripartite memorandum of understanding between Energy Management Center Kerala, one of the implementing states of India, Energy Efficiency Services Limited, the consortium partner, and GGI. May I request Ms. Neha Mudliar, country representative, GGGI, India, Mr. Girija Shankar, General Manager, ESL, and Dr. Hari Kumar, Director, EMC Kerala, to exchange the MOUs. Thank you all. And now, vision of the states and central government towards low carbon building transition. This session will be moderated by Ms. Neha Mudliar, country representative, India, GGGI. Now I request Ms. Neha Mudliar to moderate the session and Dr. Hari Kumar to join the session as a panelist. I also request Mr. P.K. Nautiyal, scientific engineer Harira, and Mr. Ram Kumar, ECB in charge, UP NIDA, to join virtually, and Mr. C.K. Verma, former Special DG, CPWD. Let me briefly introduce Ms. Neha Mudliar. Neha Mudliar is a country representative for India at the Global Green Growth Institute. She has 2 decades of experience across auditing, consulting, investment banking, and investing roles, and has led multiple equity and debt fund raises for companies in financial inclusion and climate segment, including hydropower, energy and efficiency, waste to energy, recycling, and solar telecom. She has previously worked in PwC, Ernst & Young, Ambit Corporate Finance, Unitas Capital, and International Finance Corporation. IFC. Neha has extensive experience in the field of sustainable development and has been recognized as an icon women in social enterprises by the Women Economic Forum in 2016. Over to you, Neha.
Thank you very much. I also understand that this is the last session, which is keeping you from lunch. So we will try and keep it as short as possible. I'm the country representative for GGGI India, and this is a key project for our portfolio. So I'm very happy to launch this event today, which works across building transition across Asia. It's also a very good coincidence that the previous speaker was Mr. Atif from IFC, and the last deal which I did in IFC was in the green building space in the affordable housing segment. So I don't think, I can underestimate the importance of this project for India and Asia. And I think 2 key points I would like to mention, which have been mentioned multiple times today as well, but 50% of the buildings are yet to be built in the world. And 50% of the carbon embedded in the buildings starts from day one. So there is a critical challenge here. And we are hoping that this project kind of leads the way to the transformation in the building sector. I think, again, since we are the last session, a number of points have been discussed. And I will just put down some 6 key points, why this is such an important project for us. As you're all aware, buildings is a very, very complex subject. ECBC has not been successfully implemented. I think it was said from the horse's mouth, from BEE, because it is a very complex regulation. There are multiple stakeholders. Like I mentioned, embedded carbon is a key component in the building sector. And even like we see in the industry segment, the scope 2 and scope 3 are beyond the control in some sense of the builders and developers. So you really need multiple stakeholder engagement. We have new technologies, so there are there are things which we can be positive about. And I was very surprised to learn that we have the technologies for zero carbon buildings today. So I think with that, I have a very short presentation. I'm also cognizant of the fact that Mr. Hari Kumar has to leave. Again, to re-emphasize, I think this is a very important session, even though I will keep it very short, because we are actually talking to the implementers of the project now. So far, we've heard multiple challenges in the sector. We've heard about the transformation and scale of the project. But here we are really going to be talking about the states who are going to be implementing this project in India. So, like we've mentioned, the 3 states are Haryana, UP, and Kerala. Our respective counterparties here are the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, UP, the EMC from Kerala, and the Department of New and Renewable Energy in Haryana. Just to reiterate, the main metrics which we are going to judge in this project are basically, we are looking at a top-down approach and a bottoms-up approach. So we are looking at existing buildings, and we are looking at analyzing the data from existing buildings, but we are also looking at new buildings to be able to assess the tools which would be required to calculate how much is the embedded carbon and the carbon through the lifestyle of the buildings. We are looking at engaging with at least 30 key public and private stakeholders across the next 5 years. We are looking at implementing this tool across 60 buildings, and we are going to train at least 15 government officials and 700 industry professionals. So this is really a very comprehensive, well-planned project where we've looked at multiple aspects of the problem. These are the metrics for UP. I'm not going to go through all the details, but basically saying that, this is spread across India, and we've looked at looking at various kind of climatic zones and various kind of buildings across India in this project. Again, we've spoken about the regulatory frameworks. Will not spend much time, but what I'm saying is, the first steps have already been taken by the states. So the state of Kerala, and we have Mr. Hari Kumar here, has already a very, efficient state energy efficiency plan. They're providing incentives for green buildings. Accordingly, we are seeing in UP where they're providing incentives in terms of FARs, in terms of reimbursement of certification costs. And we see similar in the government of Haryana as well. So, like I mentioned, there are key implementation challenges, but I would like to use the time available to talk to the states and the various, the 3 participants on the panel. I've put down some points, but again, I leave it open to each of you panelists to really decide what you want to focus on. But if you could give your vision for the green building transition in the state, how do you think we can integrate ECBC seamlessly in your states? What are the solutions for existing buildings? How do you retrofit? How do you finance that? Are there ways to turbocharge the capacity building initiatives? Can ESCOs be a model for wider implementation? And what are the other biggest challenges you see in the implementation of the project? So with that, I would like to invite Dr. Hari Kumar, from Director EMC, who's had multiple achievements in spearheading environmental sustainability and climate change mitigation in Kerala. And for his work has been awarded as the National Energy Conservation Award by the Ministry of Power, Government of India in 2019. So over to you, Dr. Hari Kumar. Thank you so much. And he's come all the way from Kerala for this session. So really, again, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. First of all, let me place on record our sincere gratitude to Triple GI for including Kerala as one of the states for their project. Second one, you have to excuse me for because I have to run to the another WRI program happening. Unfortunately or fortunately, I have accepted their invitation to be a speaker there. So I will not answer all the questions, but Kerala, if you see, we have a different pattern compared to other states, probably except the smaller states like Goa and the Northeast. In Kerala, about 55% of the electricity we consume goes to the residential sector, and 15 to 16% goes to the commercial sector. That means 2/3 of your electricity goes to the building sector. Therefore, building is a very important or a focal area for us. And we are industrially very backward. But in the building side, the booming sectors, if you see, it is hospitality, the tourism sector. Tourism, if you see, I will just give a number for you who have not come to Kerala, who do not know the Kerala environment. See, out of the 5-star hotels in the country, Kerala stands number 1. Though we are a very small state in the down south of the Indian Peninsula, I invite all of you to come to our state. People who have come there call us the God's own country. We have about 46 5-star hotels, and next to us is, I think, Maharashtra, with about 40 or 38 number of 5-star hotels in the country. So hospitality or this tourism is a booming sector in the state. Not only our hotels stand on the ground, our hotel stands is the floating hotels also. From 2 BHK to 10 BHK, we have got houseboats also. And probably the next GGGI summit can happen in one of the houseboats, Karnaik ji, if you can come to Kerala. So in one houseboat, we have made it fully energy efficient, and it is a floating microgrid. It is solar also. So that is one part. The second part is the healthcare. And healthcare also, we integrate with the tourism. We have the wellness tourism. Not only we are the land of Ayurveda, but for other allopathic and homeopathic treatment also, people come from other states to the other countries for the healthcare. So hospitals are also, a lot of hospitals are coming up. And the last sector probably is the IT. If you take in the commercial, I'm not talking about the residential, 55% goes there. So the IT sector is also booming. Any IT firm, they will have a training center, or we have the first India's green techno park in Trivandrum. So building, we take it a very focal area. And thanks to Bureau of Energy Efficiency, I will be slightly differing in the argument that ECBC is not implemented in India in a very proper way. ECBC has been implemented in Kerala in a very better way. And if you come to Kerala, the capacity building, if you talk about, almost all our PWD, local self-government engineers, all our town planning officers, about nearing to about 2,000 officers, and all our front office staff in 1,000+ local self-government institutions. We have trained them for about 2 days orientation program. We have trained ECBC program. And since we are waiting for the BE for the certified energy auditor buildings, that category to come out. So we have created our own category in the state called BEEs, Building Energy Efficiency Experts and Building Energy Simulation Experts, who can simulate ECBC in their computer and give the services to the LSGs and to the building owners. So ECBC is fairly implemented, well implemented in our state. That is what I would tell. Therefore, I have seen my guru from National Productivity Council, Asthana Saab, sitting somewhere here. I am not seeing here. So he has taught me that when you go for an energy inefficient industry, you see a lot of opportunities for energy saving. But if you go to an energy efficient industries, you have to work a lot. So if you come to Kerala, when in fact we as a team and Triple G as a team, we have good work, because our people are fairly aware. And we are a consumerist society. As somebody was mentioning about the demand aggregation to reduce the cost, we are not worried about the cost reduction. We are worried about the service and quality of the delivery. And with all respect to the ESL demand aggregation program, what we have seen in our state, particularly in electric vehicles, because demand aggregation work well for LEDs, for street lights, or but for electric vehicles, what we have seen that Suppose I take an electric vehicle from the ESL demand aggregation, then I go to the service center people will not mind me, because in that we had slightly distorted the market without having the confidence of the dealers in the ESL program. So market demand aggregation in triple GI, that I would suggest that you have to take into account the dealers also, or the service providers also in the loop. And so I think everything has been talked about. So if you have to permit me to leave, and let me also place on again a huge gratitude or thanks for including us in this project. And we look forward to a great learning session, and we look forward to a great scaling up, because we attempted something, electric cooking, electric vehicles, vehicle to grid, we have attempted something, but there is a lot of opportunity for scaling up. And we pledge all our support from the from government, on behalf of Government of Kerala, from the utility side, from the renewable energy agency, where I was director for some time. Renewable energy agency, we have two separate agencies for energy efficiency and electrical inspectorate who looks into electrical safety. We pledge all our support for scaling up this program in the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And definitely we've made our job tougher by having Kerala as one of the states, but we will work hard to ensure that, you know, we are able to meet the high standards. And congratulations on implementing the ECBC, and, you know, we can use that as a reference as well. So thank you so much. The next panelist is Shri C.K. Varma ji. He's the former special DG CPWD. You know, for I think most of you are aware in this room, CPWD is really in charge of managing all government buildings. So I think I can rightfully say that they would be in charge of managing the largest asset management company in the world in terms of the building sector. And Mr. C.K. Varma ji has participated in various committees with BEE, various ministries like Mahua, MOEFCC, and developed a handbook on data connectivity framework in public buildings. So thank you so much for being here, sir, and look forward to your comments on the project and any of the topics you would want to elaborate here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. And thank you, audience. I hope you will have a patient learning, hearing, and I will have a good learning today, because although it is a building transition project, but it has been my transition from backbench to this dais, and I don't know what to say on this great occasion. But anyway, we are very much with you for this project. And earlier we were told that building has to be green. Now the color is changed, certainly. It is changing from green to low carbon. I think lesser black. So थोड़ा माहौल यहाँ का काफी सीरियस हो गया था. लोग बड़ी-बड़ी टर्मिनोलॉजीज को सुन रहे थे. People were listening to big management terminologies. I thought I'll make some the atmosphere a little lighter. And I had been throughout this from inaugural session to right now. So a great transition for me. I have also heard about the atomic habits. The madam spoke about the atomic habits, and I think that was very relevant. And so many things. The BMTPC representative, Mr. Jha, he also spoke about the new materials. And so many good things have come up. So certainly we are turning green into lesser black now. I'm looking at from three perspectives. One is technology, another is material, and third is the finance. So these three things are essential for the transition. The technology is very much essential, and somehow we do not welcome the technology. As a regulator or in the government sector, we do not welcome the technology. We are trying to be technology neutral. But that is not the case. If you go and see towards the people like Sabji Wala and other vendors, they have adopted this technology, the LEDs. They were the first to adopt this technology. And that was fantastic. They were not bothered about the make of the LED, about how much light it will give. They were just thinking that this will give them the saving. And they were the first to adopt it, and in a big way. So I can see that Indians, they're very good at adopting technology, but as institutions, we are afraid of technology, whether it will give the desired results or not. So my submission here to the organizers or to the project managers is that please do not be afraid of the technology, because it is the technology which has brought us here at this stage. We are just talking of the artificial intelligence, and we all are afraid of the artificial intelligence, but the day is going to come when we are entering into the super artificial intelligence. And what will happen in that era? I don't know, or nobody knows. So, but anyway, we have to encounter that technology. But as we are talking of the low carbon, it is basically the carbon emission. I was just laughing. It is actually the carbon emission which we are into while making a building or constructing a building, and how to offset that. The one way of offsetting that is to create some sort of say forestation. So because that works as an absorber of the carbon emission, so that way we can offset the carbon and create a low and go towards a low carbon building, low carbon buildings. Now my friend from Kerala was here, and I wish that he could not have gone. He has got a lot of, he has got a good coastline. Now people all over the world, they are just thinking of developing floating cities. So these floating cities, they are also a transition towards the carbon, low carbon or zero carbon. Now it is our Prime Minister who has promised net zero 2070. By 2070, India has promised to become a net zero. So there the technology is very essential. Now we are going into the hydrogen mission. The hydrogen mission that will not create any carbon, as everybody knows. It will only create the water. So of course the water balance in our ecosystem will maybe I don't know what will happen to the water balance, but anyway carbon will not be there. If carbon is not there, then water will be there. So we'll have to see, all the technologies have to see that this carbon balance should not be destroyed if we are talking of the net zero. So a lot of technologies are waiting, and a lot of technologies are there in the research institutions. Then we are talking of the material. I'm just coming to the 2050. I'm taking you to the 2050, or maybe before that, if our scientists, they are strong enough to give us that material. That is a self-programming material. The researchers are working on it, and it is a material which can take any shape. You will be astonished to know that these materials can be made into anything. So are we returning to the Satyug from Kalyug, where our rishis, they were converting everything from anything. So the material part, I think whatever we are developing today and whatever we are innovating today, and maybe of no use if we look from the perspective of 2050. So just give it a thought. The lot of consultants are sitting here, and they should use the new materials which will have the capacity to be more pragmatic. And then the finance part, of course. Finance के बगैर तो कुछ नहीं होता है. So finance is required, and worldwide there is a debate कि finance, how much finance is available for the countries to take them forward to net zero targets. So it's a big question. It's a big question, and I think the answer will be only provided by after some more time. And we are talking of the circular economy. the circular economy, it eliminates the wastage or it reduces the wastage. Maybe that circular economy may bring more finance available to the countries to go for a transition. So I think this formula TMF, it is very important for this transition to take place. And I'm hopeful that worldwide, globally, people are looking to these aspects and probably we all technologists and consultants, they are sitting here and will be looking into these aspects. And without coming between you and lunch, I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Varmaji, for the TMF formula. And what I found most interesting is individuals are good at adopting technology, but institutions are scared. And I was just having a discussion before on how, technology, since you mentioned green hydrogen, we are far off from where we need to be to make it commercially viable. But in the building sector, the technologies are there and have been available for a number of years, even in Western countries. And how do we fast pace the adoption of these technologies in India is, I think, really something which we're trying to address through this project. So thank you so much. I think the last speaker is present virtually. I'm delighted to welcome Mr. Pradeep Nautiyal, who's a seasoned renewable energy professional and a senior scientist at the Haryana Renewable Energy Development Agency, HAREDA. As I mentioned, HAREDA is one of our key partners for implementation of this project. And over to you, Nautiyal ji, for your thoughts, on the questions which I had raised and your vision for this project. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, there is one correction. Nautiyal Saab and the Sukhchand Singh, who is looking after the ECVC implementation. I think both will be able to give that. Okay, over to Sukhchand.
Thanks, Neha ma'am, and thanks, Grita. I'm Sukhchand Singh, project officer working in New and Renewable Energy Department, Haryana, and my colleague is with me, Shri P.K. Nautiyal ji. At the outset, I thanks GGI and ESL for extending this project support to Haryana. We are committed for any type of support required in terms of institutional infrastructure or anything. We are happily extending this support. And secondly, thanks for inviting to this session. We could have joined physically, but due to certain personal issues, we are not able to make it. But we are hearing your session throughout the day, and it's really worthwhile participating in this. As Neha told, 50% of the building which will exist in 2050 and 70 that are yet to build, and this is really a transition stage where we have to intervene with the right technology, cost-effective solutions, and any chance of upgradation in the existing technologies that also need to be assessed. And as far as Haryana is concerned, we have a conducive environment for promotion of green building concept, since most of the area falls in NCR region, and Gurugram being a IT and mall hub. Already the concept of green building is picking up in the NCR region. Just to update with the data, around 400 green buildings already registered for various certifications. Which are GRIHA, IGBC, or GEM certification, and around 60 to 70 projects has been evaluated by us for ECBC compliance, out of which 20-25 building has been already constructed, and balance are in construction stage. So as per this low transition project, will definitely identify some of these energy efficient projects all been running out, and some conventional building that will work out in consultation with the GGI and his ESL team. So if you see NCR region, again, most of the societies are being registered as XYZ green building societies, and people are very much aware of that. Obviously, that increase their brand image. Even people are not bothering about the cost nowadays. Earlier, the barrier was people say we have to spend 20 to 25% high capital cost on green buildings, but now with smart architecture, they are able to minimize the cost, and with a lot of training awareness program within that available budget and within that resources, they are able to kept all the parameters which are defined in energy conservation building code or other rating system within that permissible limit. So again, architects have a vital role to play for construction of this building. Even orientation, if smart architect think about a building with the orientation itself, we can reduce the energy consumption. So that is how they play major role. And in Haryana, around 5,000 architects and engineer and different government officials has been trained by us in last 2-3 years. Obviously, with the support of Bureau of Energy Efficiency and partners like ESL, and we are still working on various training programs to be conducted, and these are being regularly conducted by us. The only thing we feel lacking is the enthusiasm, and where people are not able to participate apart from their business process. They sometimes feel that it would be time consuming to attend some training program, awareness program, and we are working how to innovatively we can engage them with these our training programs. Apart from this, if in terms of incentive, we say Haryana offer maximum FAR incentive in the country, where around 3 to 15% FAR incentives are given for Griha building and IGBC compliance building. So still there are very low societies which are availing this, but there is a mechanism of incentive, and if you see 15% incentives are really means a big incentive for the building sector. And apart from this, we have made energy audit mandatory in Haryana. Where building above 100 kilowatt, they have to mandatorily conduct the energy audit. The biggest challenge is to identify such existing buildings who are above 100 kilowatt and are not submitting the report. But still, we have around 400 to 500 audit conducted in last 2 to 3 years. So again, this push architects as well as encourage auditors to see their professional business in the area of green building. So such processes are there. Apart from this, we are also giving award to Griha or IGBC or green buildings up to 2 lakh rupees for the commercial building and 2 lakh rupees for the government buildings. The purpose of this award is to again appreciate their efforts made in terms of green building. And again, the winners are obviously usually from Gurugram and Faridabad area. Other area are not been picked up. And we are a little worried that despite of huge amount of award, people are less participating in such kind of award. Maybe they are not looking for any such type of government support, but they are working at their own. Now, if we see penalizing this, Bureau recently have removed the penalty clause from their building codes, but Haryana has notified Uniform Building Code, where all the local authority has to follow these Uniform Building Code, so that there should not be any ambiguity in terms of different set of standards are being followed in different set of regions. So there exists Uniform Building Codes, and there is penalty provision of 10 times of EDC rate if they have committed that they will construct the green building, and they have enabled the FAR incentive. If they are not following, then strictly there is a penalty of 10 times of EDC rate. So with such incentives, we expect green building will be propagating in Haryana, and obviously 400 plus building is a big achievement if we see in terms of green building, and we are expecting much more buildings to be come up in future. So that's from our side. If any query, we are happy to answer.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Sukhchand Singh, and ending on a very positive note, both from Kerala and Haryana, to hear about all the positive developments which you're already making on the ground. And really, that's what the project is about, to really go to the states and learn what is happening and kind of get this implemented on the ground. So thank you so much for your insights. And we look forward to a great project implementation over the next 5 years. And thank you to all our partners and stakeholders present here. Request Achala for the vote of thanks.
Now presenting a sapling to Mr. Verma, and I would request Neha to present the sapling as a token of our gratitude for being part of this session. It's indeed a pleasure having you all here in this enlightening session. So finally, we have come to the end of this program, and may I now request Dr. Abhay Singh, Regional Director Asia at DGGI, to provide concluding remarks summarizing the insights gained from our esteemed speakers and panelists. Dr. Achala Abhay Singh has over 20 years of strategic leadership, managerial fundraising, and research experience. She is distinguished professional with a background in law and wealth of experience in global climate change negotiations and sustainable development, currently serving as the Asia Regional Director and Head of Programs at the Global Green Growth Institute. Her notable achievements include being recognized as one of the top 15 female climate champions in the world in 2015 for her role in negotiating the Paris Agreement on climate change. Additionally, Dr. Abhay Singh was the lead author of the chapter on climate resilient pathways in the 5th assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. I request Dr. Abhay Singh, Director Asia at GGGI, to provide concluding remarks.
Thank you. Is this on? Yes. Thank you. I think I had the hardest job being in between the lunch and closing this amazing meeting. I have to do some justice, so please bear with me for 5 minutes until I say a few words, especially the vote of thanks is absolutely important, so we cannot close the meeting without doing that. Before that, just let me say that this program that India is leading with 4 other countries in Asia actually adds to our growing portfolio at GGGI in Asia. Asia program is the largest with 17 member and partner countries at GGGI, and I'm privileged to lead the program. And we have work on just energy transition, nature-based solutions, climate smart agriculture, carbon financing and carbon trading, green investments, as well as sustainable finance, a massive, amazing growing portfolio, as Helena also mentioned in her introduction. And what I want to say is that this program is, as Soumya very nicely mentioned, is also a flagship program for GGGI because it is helping our countries to reduce emissions and contributing to very ambitious nationally determined contributions that we have in these 5 countries. We are bringing in very, very strong partnerships, as you saw today during discussions. It is actually also bringing in a very nice research policy and investment interface into actual practical terms in the sector of green buildings. And I just came back from Mongolia 2 weeks ago. We do have another green buildings program in Mongolia, very interestingly looking at heating the buildings. Mongolia is one of the coldest countries in the world and have very, very old buildings, especially in Ulaanbaatar, Soviet Union buildings that are very, very old. So people keep burning coal to heat the buildings, and the whole city is very, very dark with the smoke coming in. So our program, again, German government is playing a key role there also, funding the program together with a number of other governments to work on the building sector. But this project that the India team is leading is interesting because we have 5 countries involved in this program. Mongolia one is one country. So I am, as I mentioned, is very much looking forward to how we bring in these lessons learned from various programs that we have in the green building sector at GGGI, but also to learn from amazing portfolio of work that's already being implemented by so many partners. So we are actually not going to start from scratch. I want to mention a few key takeaways from today's, particularly from the last 2 sessions. Thank you to all the speakers. And I really like how some of the speakers framed it in a way that we have to think about why, what, and how of this program to be implemented. We talked about policies, the building codes, standards. We talked about the need to untap the potential for green investments through this work. We also talked about the need to really focus on capacity building and awareness raising, and we talked about the need for strong partnerships. And it was also interesting to see how this kind of program takes us beyond just one project to really think about that cohesive socio-economic aspects that we have to think about, especially the contributions to GDP in our countries, as well as the jobs that we are going to create through these programs. We also talked about do's and don'ts. And some of the colleagues mentioned that don't do pilots, think about scale. And our Director General always tells me when I started in this role, I mentioned several times about bringing in some pilot projects. And he used to tell me, Achala, pilots never fail, but pilots also never scale. So forget about starting with pilots, really think about scaling things up, because there is enough work that's going on in this world that we can really think about scaling up and replicating. And that's actually what this program is going to be about. And there was also a mention about don't start from scratch. And that also, again, linked to that don't do pilots discussion. Quite a lot of things are happening. Think about replication and scaling up. I was very touched to hear from state governments, from Kerala, from Haryana. I think this ownership from the state governments as well as from the national governments is what's going to make a difference. Organizations like ours, all these other partner organizations that we presented here can bring in projects, but when there is a very, very strong ownership, guidance, and leadership from the provincial governments, from the state governments, as well as the national governments, it can make a massive difference. So on that note, I want to thank the government of India, especially the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Bureau of Energy Efficiency for their leadership, as well as the state governments that are going to involve in this project, as well as I want to thank the further strengthening friendship that we have with EESL. Thank you very much for your trust in us to continue working with us. I also want to thank all the partners. I won't mention all of you, try to mention all of you here, but thank you very much for the partnership and the friendship that you're extending to us. And finally, to the government and people of Germany, thank you for the funding this program, without which the program will not be a success. So thank you again. Through you, I would like to convey our gratitude to the government and people of Germany. And with that, I want to say finally, thank you to my team at GGGI. Thank you, Soumya, Neha, and Ashok, everyone, Nichika, all the colleagues who are involved in this project, mentioned and not mentioned. You are in my heart. Thank you very much. Enjoy lunch and have a great day.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Achula Abesinghe. Now you are invited for lunch. Okay. Huh? Can we have a group photograph of panelists and of all the participants? Can we have a group photograph? Can we all come forward and have group photograph?
नहीं सबका फोटो कैसे होगा
जितना आ जाएगा उतना ही कर लो ना
whoever fits in stage.
So my colleague will join us.
First come, first serve. Come. Sir.